clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands
Welcome one and all back to the LPL, baby. We're here to kick off week number 8. We are getting down to the finish line here, and it's going to be a fun one for Spring Split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by the wonderful Lyric. You're looking ever dapper, my friend. Are you ready for a short but sweet day of games?
You know, I usually only wear the strawberry cardigan when I cast with the Sheen, but I don't know the next time I'll get to cast with the Sheen. So for like a special day to break it out with you. And you know what else is a special day as we transition very cleanly? Yesterday, Mazel. Yesterday
You're so good,
was an
brother.
incredible day because look, actually, maybe it wasn't incredible if you were AL because AL desperately needed that win.
They really did. It was a bit of a shortcoming, but honestly, it's an LNG we've been waiting for. I feel like we've been wondering where this team has been, and here they are, finally showing up against AL in a big moment. Billy holding it down strong. They are 14-1, man. They're literally one away from tying the record they set last year. It's incredible. Let's look at the standings. This is our top 10, the teams that will be making it into playoffs.
I gotta be honest with you, Mazel. I'm a fan of an underdog story. BLG right now, very low levels of underdog energy. So are they the best team in the league? Yes. We gotta move to the second half of the standings for me to point out to you the true legends. The team I predicted to win LPL.
You're doing great.
Weibo Gaming. My God, that did not go the way I thought it would.
They have an incredibly important series on the dawn of tomorrow. It's going to be really intense, JDG versus Weibo. But today, we have an interesting set of games. It is the Battle of the Wooden Spoon, Ultra Prime versus EDG, and then we have NIP versus RA. NIP want to try to vie for a little bit better positioning. They're already sitting at 5th place.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams, right, kind of fighting more for pride at this point. So we're going to bring up the rosters that we all know and, you know, some people out there love. Me, I count as one of them because Ultra Prime, I love watching me some Ultra Prime. They're spunky, they're fun, they're willing to fight. We've you know, hyped up the good moments that you guys had, people like Doggo have had as well. But sadly, this team just really can't keep it together consistently.
I think that's the roughest thing is we've seen pieces of this puzzle before and it just isn't fitting this year. We got to take a look at the other side of things because things are looking a little bit different all throughout the entire season so far. But now, in particular, EDG, they are starting 0909 in the mid lane.
Yeah, 0909, we've seen him before. He played one series back in 2022 on OMG. It was after OMG lost to Ultra Prime. Seems like they, you know, got shocked, brought in 0909. Sadly, wasn't able to win the series, was able to win a game. I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do today, especially like you just said, right? We've seen glimpses from people like Uakai. We've seen glimpses from people across the board on Ultra Prime. So I think a pretty decent test for 0909 coming back in.
The EDG roster is very interesting to me because it's now not JJ and Ala with other rookies. It's literally Ala with a bunch of new faces, it feels like. But this is also a team, an organization who has known the highest of highs in the past on a global scale, but also in the LPL. And it's a very stark contrast to what we're seeing here. And we have to look back at seasons past.
Yeah. I mean, hell, you're right. You think of it, 2021 Win World Championship. And then, sure, some of these placements look kind of weird, right? Like 7, you see in 2022, 8 in 2023. But look at the score lines. 10-6, 8-8, doing much better than they've been able to fare so far in 2024.
Yeah, and you can see the kind of downturn at the end of summer last year. They were so close.
I do got to say, though, as the asterisk on that, they did end up going on a bit of a run in playoffs. So the
they tried.
But they were able to win 2 series in playoffs. So, yeah, it's been a bit of a weird one for EDG.
But it is the new, I guess, iteration of the roster itself. I think that has been evolving, it feels like, this entire time. But we find ourselves at a particular instance once again, and it is the battle for that wooden spoon, the last place trophy in our league. But it's also maybe something of an introspective moment for both these two teams.
So where did the Battle of the Wooden Spoon come from? Like
hysterics.
Well,
literally my first split.
But like I know that part, but the meaning behind it, right? Because when I think of wooden spoon, I'm thinking of like, you know, strict mother disciplining the youngins. So is like that what it is? Like the winner is the
I think it's when you have nothing, you can have a wooden spoon at least, right? Like I feel like it's the lack of anything else. You're at least getting a wooden spoon.
Why a wooden spoon?
Because you can compete with. I don't know. Lyric, you think about it too much, but it's the Battle of the Wood Spoon. It's an interesting crossroads for these teams because both of them sitting at a very rough scoreline. 2-12 is not the place you want to be, but I think we've also seen a lot of interesting particular moments. I don't want to start with Ultra Prime. I think you already mentioned it, Uakai. I think Hacker has had some really good moments, some really rough moments. That man right there, Doggo, I think the same thing can be said. Everybody's memeing him for the Rammus, but we've also seen him have big moments if the team can set up around him.
Yeah, it definitely feels like he's had a better individual performance this time around than last time we saw him. So, there are some like small silver linings to take away for Ultra Prime. When it comes to EDG, I think it's a lot less damning, the split that they've had so far, because it was a full rebuild, right? How much can you expect when you're pretty much bringing up your whole LDL team to just play in the LPL? So, yeah.
Is that a picture of JJ?
Well,
I think that was like a standing thing of JJ right behind him. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, and a player who has been missed. ADG, funnily enough, did look a bit more gelled when Monkey came in on the roster. I don't know if that being like the experience from having played with a lot of these younger players back in the LDL days. But we know, Mazel, we're watching EDG. We're going to see if Allah can step up, because that's pretty much the story of every EDG win thus far in the split. Maybe barring one.
Yeah.
I remember the Snake having, a great performance earlier, and I think he won an MVP for it as well. So, point is, Allah.
It goes back to that conversation. It's literally Allah and then a bunch of new faces for EDG. Yeah. It's like, what can Allah do? And he has been a top laner in the past, at least, that has really been able to step up. And I think tonight against Decade, it'll be an interesting matchup. I do not think it's going to be that flamboyant, at least, in terms of what we'll see up there. I think it'll come into factor a lot later. And I think that's where, the conversation really centers around Monkey versus Hacker a lot of the time. And I think Hacker has been in a position of power in terms of his decision making, but then sometimes falling short on execution this split so far.
I feel like a lot of matches when you're watching Hacker, it's like Hacker versus Hacker, because he'll have an idea in his head. He'll want to go for some kind of crazy play. And most of the time it ends up backfiring, whether it's looking for some of these over-aggressive invades, like you're saying, some of the execution on ganks not being there, right? That's why he earned that infamous name of Hacker Man, where like, hey, he'll go crazy in the first 10, 15 minutes of the game, but then it's a lot rougher for him. So, yeah, he's going to have to be able to do a lot more today. I remember Dway is someone as well that we felt like was having impressive moments earlier in the season for Ultra Prime. Feels like they've tapered off a bit lately, but that's kind of why you're looking at Ultra Prime's bot lane to be one of the more carry-oriented pieces of this roster.
Yeah, I'm very also curious of the other side of things when we're talking about like Hacker, Doggo, Uakai. 0909, a different force, I feel like. And Monkey, somebody who I feel like we've actually seen some decent performances from. I was very excited watching him from the LDL and actually getting the opportunity. Unfortunately, to things happening to JJ, but the combination of 0909 plus Monkey is going to be extremely important for EG.
Yeah, and I find 0909, like, his career kind of interesting, like, back in the LDL, because you go through his most played champions, and it's Orianna, Jace, Twisted Fate, which are three, like, completely different archetypes and styles and how they fit in comps, how you play around a comp with those champions. So I'm curious to see what he's going to bring out today. Things like the Ahri is a champion he's never really gravitated towards. 4 and 7 on the pick. That's a huge staple in the meta right now. Nico, another one, not big in his champion pool. So I have a lot of like curiosities in regards to what he'll pick. If he goes the Asia route, maybe leans on the TF because that's one of the more successful things he's played his career. That might be potentially, a way that EDG can find wins.
And I don't know if everybody else feels the same. I don't know if you feel the same, but like this has been and is a situation where anytime I see EDG take to the stage, I'm waiting to watch what happens. Who is going to show up? Is anybody going to show up? And can they perform well? I think for Ultra Prime, it's much more, I need to see consistency. I'm much more pinpointed on the things I want to see from this team. But it's a very different idea of approaching a team because of all the fluctuations EDG has had this split.
Yeah, and right. It makes it very hard and weird to judge them from an outside perspective, and like who even knows what the internal takeaways are from. Funnily enough, we actually can't say who knows because EDG does put out content
They do.
showing the behind the scenes. So actually, we have a pretty good idea of how EDG feel about their performance so far. But on that note, I got to say maybe a bit harsher than it should be for, again, the level of experience. But at the same time, right, when you're an organization as prestigious as EDG, how can you look for anything else except the top spot?
And unfortunately for Ultra Prime, on the other side of things, on the other side of the scale, I feel like it's yet another split of maybe some lackluster want. I think Ultra Prime has been an organization who has developed a lot of people, right? Like, they have some holdovers for a decent amount of time. I think Doggo has been the most interesting one, but they have not been able to lock in successful splits for the last while.
I mean, honestly, never, right? Ultra Prime have always been down towards the bottom half of the standings. The last time Ultra Prime was successful was back when they were E-Star, before the rebrand came through in E-Star's very first split in 2020. But a lot of the times, right, Ultra Prime are an org that also gambles on newer players quite often, right? So
Yeah.
it's never surprising to see that it's hard for them to break that upper echelon. And I guess they're going to be up to seeing what pieces they want to rebuild around. But it's always hard to figure that out when you have some players that can show those glimpses, right? Because it's like, hey, do we invest another year rebuilding around this guy completely? Or do we go another direction? So I think it's going to be kind of interesting to see both EDG's and Ultra Prime's off seasons. Like, who knows? Maybe they do just stick with the same rosters and decide, like, development's the way to go. And that would be really cool. Teams like OMG in the past, obviously, have made that work.
Just saying, 0909 walked out there with a little bit of swagger behind him. Maybe a little bit of confidence there in the mid lane here for the night. But as EDG takes to the stage again, a little bit of a what can you give us tonight, especially with that big mid jungle change and what they can accomplish.
I gotta be honest, I have no expectations for how this series is gonna go. Like, no.
And isn't that so funny to say, right? Like, in a series where chaos could probably take hold and we are battling for that wooden spoon, it's kind of weird that you can't determine an outcome.
You know the worst part, because me and you were talking about this the other day, that I feel like, for whatever reason, just like the LPL mysticism, that this match will happen, right? One team wins, EDG Ultra Prime, pick whoever you want, and we'll think, all right, the team that loses is last place. And then that team will go and win their next matchup against, like, one of the top 4, and the other team will lose. And then it'll be the reverse. Like, this will not be the battle for the wooden spoon by design that it is LPL. But it should be the battle for the wooden spoon.
Just sitting there.
I'm
weaving
overthinking
the
a lot
fates
today.
of chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're just trying to manifest absolute chaos to the teams here.
Wait,
Denial of playoff
We need to
spots.
see who has the spicier last matchup. Okay, EDG do. So what's going to happen is Ultra Prime are going to win this, and then EDG are going to go and beat JDG. It's going to make no sense, and then EDG will still finish above Ultra Prime. They'll be like, oh, how'd that happen?
You think we get any spice from Ultra Prime's bot lane? Hey, they've been ones to bend the meta a little bit.
I think no, but it's just because of Dolkdom in life, my level of spice to qualify as spice has gone significantly higher in the bot lane. Like,
I feel like there was some ghost pepper level spice with the Rammus bot lane pick. that
oh, I agree.
Was way too hot.
But that was it. That was it. You know, they touched it once. They didn't play around it correctly.
They hover it a lot.
Yeah. They like to relive that moment. But besides that, nah, we're gonna get standard
I don't
stuff.
think so.
Get some standard stuff.
And that's what's so funny about when teams of the LPL. I feel like pride is a lot of the time a word that's associated with your standings, things like that, right? But in a league where even these two teams who have had disastrous splits are fighting for pride at the last stretch of the race, right? I think it's so telling at how intense this league can be, even with 17 teams.
Yeah. But honestly, there really isn't too much more to add to that. Like, these guys definitely feeling the grind. Honestly, just impressive to be able to keep up your mental fortitude when you've had splits like both these teams have had, and be able to keep your head in the game and show up week to week. Hell, I really think things like that make a difference from when I was on Team Side. Hell, it's like how you see FPX's win streak, and it's like, all right, they're just winning off Milky Way, and then suddenly the whole team is getting better, and right, that confidence in winning can definitely raise your spirits. But the same goes for vice versa. 0909's attitude, though, definitely looks like he's coming in positive. So maybe it's a shake-up EDG need, but EDG have had a lot of shake-ups, so I actually don't know if that excuse works.
It's been that kind of craziness of a split for EDG. They've had so many changes in their roster, so many ins and outs, so many different things going wrong and somewhat right for them. But here we go. It is game number 1 of our semi-short night. Only 2 best of 3s in front of us. Ultra Prime versus EDG kick us off at the Battle of the Wooden Spoon. It's Jax and Jace for Ultra Prime on the blue side. It's going to be that Smolder Maokai ban for EDG.
I'm really curious because we haven't had any mid lane bans really so far come out. Maybe the Jace, because like I said, it's one of 0909's most played. Is it meta in the mid lane? Could be top, but things like the Nico, things like the Karma Ari, Yuukai not really gravitating heavily towards any of those outside of the Karma. Like I said, 0909, at least what he's played in the LDL in his career so far, also not really gravitating towards any of the mid laners significantly. So it's going to change up what we see in draft quite a lot. We can already see that with the Renekton first pick coming through.
I love that they're just like, your PowerPoint might be Allah, but hey, we'll mess with your mind a little bit with our first pick. That Renekton has been so strong and risen in priority so heavily. Now EDG, they punch right back. They get the Kalista and the Renata.
Yeah, things like the Lucian, Lucian Melee, Lucian Nami still being available. Varus as well. If they just want to try to outrange, sure, the Ashe shouldn't be paired alongside it, but they do decide to go with the Lucian. So Ultra Prime really wanting to go in an aggressive direction so far with their first 3 picks. EDG answering back. And that's what I love. When both these teams are already eliminated from playoffs, like practicing, being proactive, and trying to find the edge is going to be a nice way to see this series start off.
Dude, these teams were ready for this one. Fisticuffs are drawn. They want blood. We have aggressive picks in the first phase, but picks being picked immediately. I love the bot lane that will have its 2v2 very often and willing to fight. Now that Cassante locked in against the Renekton top lane, Allah is going to be happy with that matchup. The Tristana ban in the second phase for EDG, trying to hone down the mid lane matchup a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like they realize, right? If they get Tristana, I mean, Renekton having Prio, Tristana having Prio, like, so many ways for Ultra Prime to just take over the map if they were able to get that pick. So I like the ban coming out so far. The thing I'm most interested in seeing is junglers, because we're not even seeing junglers touch so far in the second phase. And we've seen Monkey gravitating towards things like the Lee Sin and trying to be a bit more proactive. He's also been playing the Graves a lot, which can fit in the composition they have because of having that Cassante in the top lane. So I think it's still very open so far with what they can want to go, and both junglers showing different styles.
And we also get the Talia ban out of the mid lane, so trying to take away some of Yuukai's mobility there, which I think can be really important this time. Try to leave 0909 in some way and try to keep active on the map itself. The Orianna, a very particular ban as well. So far, new player getting a couple of priority bans his way. Maybe those resources going to be loved by EDG. We'll see what this final ban is going to be. It's the Volibear.
Now to see where EDG go. Like I said, Monkey's been kind of showing a few different dimensions. With all the mid lane bans, maybe you just end up going mid lane here, 0909. Like I said, not really leaning heavily on anything in the meta. Things like the Ari still available. Nico as well, I think, would fit their comp a little bit better than the Karma. But the Karma sets up for the Graves last pick if they want to go for it.
True. And it might just lead to what I feel like has been the mantra of this entire draft so far, is let's just fight and see who bleeds more. Because you get that very aggressive jungle matchup to match the very aggressive bot lane matchup as well. The Lee Sin is the hover right now. Could be a very proactive pick for Hacker, but something with proactivity would be the name of the game for me. In terms of what jungle matchup I want to see. The A Soul gets locked in for Yuukai.
Yeah, crazy. We're going to see this come out. So obviously, an Omega Scaler is going to be on the Rift, which is going to be interesting to see how it functions, especially when Ultra Prime so far have such like aggressive 1 and 2 item spike champions like Renekton and Lucian picked up.
And I was just double checking, but if I am correct, this is Yuakai's first ever A-Soul competitively. The Rel locked in as well for Ultra Prime, so definitely go with facilitation for Hacker instead of that aggression I was talking about. The Xin Zhao, though, is the aggression for Monkey.
Yeah, so gonna go with the Xin. I like it, bringing the CC, having that early dueling there, setting up and being able to skirmish around that Kalista. Ultra Primes is gonna be the one I'm more interested in, especially, again, if they can get Cryo and Bot and bring Hacker down there and set up 4 of these explosive 3v3s. It'll be fun. And Yukai going to serve as that insurance policy.
Wondering how quickly we see pathing down towards bot side here, or at least what kind of starts we'll get from both junglers, because I think if there's early blood bot side, whichever one is coming away with that one is going to continue to have priority. That leads to dragons, that leads to control from bottom side. And in this game, in this at least first game, I feel like that's also important.
I mean, bot lane just has to be the name of the game for this. I mean, right? We see how the drafts have panned out. It's going to be all about the 2v2. You have like Asante up in top side, so Ala's not going to matter as much this game, which feels weird to say, though. Can still take over in a team fight, but again, I really just want to see how mid impacts this game. Yukai on something like the A-Soul, and 0909 coming back in after 2 years. Only played 1 series. So, it'll be very telling for EDG.
Yeah. It's a very interesting story, even if it's a bottom of the table matchup. An EDG team who has known the highest of highs, but have had a very rough split. They have changed so many different pieces, but the goal remains the same, finding consistency. In Ultra Prime, I think that goal is very much at the top of their list. They want to find win. Pride is on the line, but also a beautiful wooden spoon. As we get down to our first series of the night, let's hear those Jaios. Rep to the Ultra Prime fans. Just say it. There were not a lot of them, but I heard it. EDG
Yep.
still got a lot of fans.
I mean, right? I mean, with what Yorg's done, there's no way people are going to ditch EDG. I mean, world champion. Like we said, this world champion org bringing in 909. Okay, so
We were looking last year. I'm just saying, like, would you? It's so crazy when you literally like put both rosters from last year EDG on top of each other to this year's EDG, and you go from the likes of Uzi, Mako to an entire roster with JJ, obviously, Ala, and then before that Scout. But I think you look at the roster now, it's like, who are a lot of these faces? But a lot of these faces are players that have been being developed by EDG in the LDL side of things.
yeah, Vampire, Monkey, the Snake, like all of them coming up in EDG. Though I do gotta say, kind of thinking about it though, right? I think EDG weren't expecting to have to develop so many players, because Ala, JJ, and then I think a lot of people forget, right? Like Leave's initial appearance when he first debuted was very good and had a lot of people hyped before he ended up getting taken out. So maybe EDG were hoping that, you know, they would have been able to deliver in that department and only really have to bring up Fisher and Vampire.
Things change in the world of esports, and we find ourselves with a very different looking EDG. One that is looking for a little bit of a saving grace at the end of a season. Ultra Prime, much the same. We do see the priority gain in bottom side here. Also, another trend that we've seen a lot around the world has been top lane being finicky about invades and early pressure. Hacker's looking for the gank, though. He actually has an angle here.
Yeah.
The Sentinel is not going to see him.
They're going for it.
They get it. There's the flash. There's the shattering strike. Vampire's going to flash himself, but Doggo is the lethal, but it's actually Tway who gets the kill in the end. So, a little bit of Ultra Prime sauce early on.
Really nice from Ultra Prime. Like you said, the angle was there. They go for it. Monkey was nowhere close to being able to answer with a counter gank. And it leaves Ultra Prime, like you said, maybe not the most ideal spot. Like if Doggo got that kill, would have been much better, but they're going to take this. The one interesting thing will be the fact that the Lucian doesn't have the flash, where the Kalista still does. You see repeat attempts made, but I mean, it's just a really nice angle. Doing 3 camp spot side sets him up perfectly into the flash of the shattering strike, and just nowhere for EDG to go.
and I don't want to read too much into it, but I did see the Snake being very vocal after that fight and after that play and some response from Monkey. I wonder if there was some communication, because you would expect in this kind of situation you get both junglers starting top and going down bot. There was no vision really played for EDG in that way, so we'll see if they get a response here as Monkey visits his self bot lane, but will not be able to because of the Ultra Mega Fire Kick.
The wave's just too big as well, right? I really don't see a world where EDG would have been able to find much there. Again, Doggo doesn't have flash, so I can see how they were looking for it if they can combo the gank into Vampire finding the handshake, but was just too rough, so EDG just gonna have to accept where they're at for now. I do want to point out though, right, we have Karma versus Asol in mid. 0909's been keeping up push. He's gonna have opportunities where he can lean down and maybe link up with Monkey, and I feel like that's the next thing we're gonna have to be looking at for EDG.
Hacker actually going for a little bit of an invade path here onto the Shrugs. Not going to find Monkey just yet. It will be an interesting tussle if they do find each other up there, even with the vision play that Hacker has. Could be a bit of a difficult side. Now, we do have Dragon and the Grubbies spawning. See which side takes priority here, Lyric. Are we feeling like Telegrubbies today, or are we feeding off the Dragons?
I mean, I would expect Hacker goes for the grubs. Monkey should just make his way down. I think look for a gank bot, at least lean, help your bot get the pressure and start trade themselves. But yeah, Hacker's already topside. He has the Renekton that's pushing endlessly. He has no reason not to just take these grubs.
He's also Rel. Makes it a lot
Exactly.
easier once the shield comes online there as well. Able to take down. The awkward situation. I love the Observer highlighting it, but we do get the 3 grubs taken by Ultra Prime, so they'll be the ones enjoying the Saturday morning cartoon.
Gonna be nice for them, especially Hacker, with the experience he'll get from that. Thus far, not really in a position where they're gonna be able to utilize any like potential pushing power if they can get set up for those next scrubs.
And that should mean actually Monkey over the path down here, especially with a little bit of a priority gain by Vampire and the Snake. Doggo actually fighting right back into him. Out of mana now, though, as that Ignite did go down from Ultra Prime's bot lane. Means that EDG should move up for this objective.
Yeah, taking it much slower, right? Not seeing Monkey just tap straight down. Did go for a reset first to start getting his way towards that Sundered Sky, but it leaves room for Ultra Prime to try to contest. Like you said, though, with Doggo not having mana, yeah, it didn't seem like it was in the cards, though. Hacker!
Oh, Hacker. Oh, Hacker. That's real rough. He's only level 4, too, over 0909. They are not able to get him down. At the end, 3 Talent Strike gets him anyways. The big Dragon unable to save his teammate, and another kill goes over. This time finally traded.
Even ends up using the Falling Star to try to, I don't know, I guess desperately hope that he can find 1 kill and make it a 1-for-1. But I don't really understand why Hacker's poking his head into River if his bot lane isn't going to lean up. Again, with where Doggo's at, doesn't really feel like Ultra Prime's bot lane was in a position to even try to contest.
And EDG will take full advantage of that one. We'll actually take a look back at that replay and Hacker getting caught.
Yeah, wave gets pushed in. It seems like Ultra Prime's bot lane knows it's not the plan. Hacker, I guess just wanting to spot out exactly where they're at in regards to it, tries to escape with the Q. But I love that EDG don't give up. They keep running it down. You see the Q come out for the slow. Monkey's able to throw out the Winds Become Lightning and just finish it off. And yeah, I mean, Yukai doing his best to find one, but it just wasn't there.
Yeah, you just can't find it. It's very difficult. You are a scaling dragon. You gotta wait a long time to really have a lot of influence there. But fighting is gonna be happening there because the tried and true combo of the Xin Zhao Karma is lethal. See that continue though after backs come through. And now you wonder what kind of proactivity is gonna be the name of the game, because in this situation, we haven't necessarily seen that big lead in bot lane go down, but it's been consistently the main focal point.
Yeah, there's been a lot of, right, like a lot of aggressive trading, but nothing able to be capitalized off of. We're hitting a point now where ultimates are almost out across the board. And I feel like that's where we'll start to see a lot more action, especially on the spot lane, right? All the time, Lucian's going for that culling, chunking them out, and then trying to find the opportunity to all in.
A lot of vision game being played here as well. Vampire and Dway finally getting themselves out on the map. It's very important to focus on here as well, because a lot of the times in these situations, when both teams are playing a little bit more reserved in certain aspects, makes it a lot more difficult to play those aggressive plays when the vision is so strong. And now we actually see Hacker making his way down towards bot side.
Let's see if he's able to.
Oh, no way.
Oh,
If he was there, he could have had a big little moment. But unfortunately, the wave stayed also in an awkward place for Ultra Prime.
maybe also reading that they thought maybe Monkey would be there, right? It's like, hey, the 2v2's walking aggressively into this tri-bush. We don't know where the enemy jungler is, deciding to back off. That could be a possibility, but little do they know, Hacker gonna end up losing his blue buff. You guessed wrong. Monkey took advantage, and that's all she wrote.
Hacker will see him taking it the last second there. Does have 0909 with him. Here comes Yuakai. Take Ultra Prime are thinking about making a play because they had Decade coming as well. They still want to go for it. Oh my god, Flash Magic Storm. There's the Falling Star 2. The breath is too hot, and Monkey gets cooked alive by Yuakai.
Nice timing on the summoners. Ultra Prime, I think, very clearly knew he didn't have his flash up still, which is why Hacker was willing to go in on that so aggressively. And it's going to leave Ultra Prime open to be able to get all 6 grubs.
That's so big, actually. The fact that they were able to get those early grubs, then capitalize on Monkey right in front of the objective. It just sets them up for that late insurance policy that is Yuakai plus 6 grubs.
Exactly. Like, right, this isn't going to be like a, hey, we have 6 grubs, we're taking a bunch of plates. This will be, if this team keeps getting ahead, it can get a Baron. That's where you're going to see, those mites really come into effect.
We do see first items up. Static Shift for Doggo for that early presence to push back the lane a little bit. Yuakai also completed the Rally's first item. Pretty huge. 4 members of EDG down here. Doggo could have dashed his way at hostile takeover. Monkey is going ham. He's going a little too ham. He just get cooked up by Yuakai again. That dragon's eating good.
Yeah, that one was questionable. I respect the passion for how much he wanted that kill. That's what I can say.
You're very PR of you. I'm glad you were able to get through that.
It's actual true. You know what I mean? Like
it is.
That was true ARAM gaming in the sense that you load into an ARAM, you just send it. You don't really care what happens. And that was
got 4 stacks of Dark Seal.
No, that was what Monkey did here. They try to start the play. Culling's there. Doggo doing a nice job of trying to clear out this wave. With the handshake, it looked like they could find the kill, but the flash comes through and. I mean,
I'm surprised.
Yeah, me too. I'm impressed.
I'm impressed. He says I'm impressed.
This is the LPL.
Oh
we aren't judging on like a oh how good is their laning? Where are the rotations? No, it's hey, what level of aggression are you bringing? And that was a really
Monkey gets an
respectable.
A+.
Exactly. That was a great level of aggression.
Oh goodness! As the dragon gets started up, Ultra Prime in a position to contest here. They don't have presence from mid lane. See if they actually want to. Ooh, Decade getting a nice little trade onto Allah. He actually has a level advantage too. Meanwhile, Hacker goes in but can't get the trade. He goes in with a Magic Storm. Falling Skies! Oh my god! Ultra Prime have dusted EDG. 2 kills go over to Doggo. And 0909 can't stand the heat. Get out of the kitchen.
Really nice setup. And it's coming from Hacker. Hacker finding that great engage to be able to allow Yuakai to pop off. And now, I mean, your 2 carries being the ones to benefit from all the kills. Ultra Prime are huge right now. 4K gold lead at only 12 minutes.
And early on, like, there was some trade back and forth. I was like, okay, we're getting some punches back. Hacker overextended, got caught. We had a capitalization. But slowly and steadily, Ultra Prime have been making the cleaner decisions. And here we go. Back into the play that might have doomed EDG.
Yeah. Great ult, great Q into the ult coming out, which just allows for the star to come out from Yuakai. I mean, there wasn't even really an opportunity for there to be a fight or really anything to analyze because the engage was so good, right? Like EDG, once the Rel came down, you're not putting any damage on Doggo. You're not putting any damage on the Aurelion Soul either.
And we were talking about a scaling pick who is now very far ahead. But Decade, gonna early flash, has the blast code. Oh no! Oh my god. He just got away with murder there.
And, that kind of breaks my heart. Because coming into the day, me and you were talking before the broadcast, and I determined that the Snake is like my emotional support player. You know, I go to him for comfort. I'll watch his games to make my day a bit better. And we need EDG to step up if I'm going to get any comfort from this. Just a little bit. Like a pentakill.
Yeah. I think you're going to have to contact whoever you got your emotional support animal from. He's not having a good time down here, my friend.
He needs an emotional support animal.
Yeah, something like that as the falling star does come through. Vampire is about to get chased down. Ultra Mega Fire Kick goes through. Ultra Prime running rampant on the map. They'll take first turret and bot side at 14 minutes.
I gotta be honest though, if there actually was like an emotional support player, there would actually be two. One would be Neni, just because of how precious his interviews were when he first joined IG, right? Like, my God, that man was always nervous, and you just wanted him to succeed. The other one is Panda C. Like translation.
Did you recently read that interview?
Right? Yeah.
Or
So for
bio?
people out there, there was like a recent translation of him talking about his story on stream about how he never even intended to be a top laner. He was trialing for teams to support a jungle, and yeah, it was
Oh man, that brings
Sad
me
story.
to the end of that, because it's like the end monologue of it is, you know, if that player was not named Panda C, would he have gotten a different look? And I was always actually a pretty decent fan of Panda C, and
hey, but he's back. He got picked up.
He's back.
He
Yeah.
got picked up by Weibo's LDL team.
Exactly. So little things like that are interesting when you look at the introspective life of a lot of these players, right? There's a lot of pressure, a lot of stress, and I know these teams are definitely feeling that one, as especially EDG on the back foot heavily in this early game.
And we're getting to a point now, right? Sunder Sky and Monkey, Malignance on 0909, where like maybe we start seeing a bit of damage, but then you look down to bot lane, and it's like, wait, the Snake still doesn't have one item. We have Static Shiv Rapid Fire already
make
done.
the player gold go away. Jeez, Doggo is so far ahead. He is on 2 items.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when you're at this point of the game as Ultra Prime, like the comms are, if EDG are ever around us, fight. 4v5, we can fight it. We can win.
Yeah.
Like, they are just so much stronger right now than EDG. It's pretty ridiculous.
And it's go ahead.
I was gonna say EDG at least had the 2 dragons to lean on, right? But again, the Aesol, getting all the
Is that
Stardust
something?
still scaling up. Like, I don't know if that changes much.
They've got their own dragon. Another turret will go down, this time in mid lane. But isn't it crazy that you get moments like this from Ultra Prime, right? There are so many times this split that I've been like, why was Uakai teamless last year? Or I guess not teamless, but like subbing, at least for LNG. And I think you look at these kinds of votes from Doggo as well, where he's able to assert dominance, and you realize, you know, that man was literally a part of the BLG super team when he first came into the LPL, and how far he's come from that moment. It's insane that you get these little bright spots that we highlighted earlier for Ultra Prime.
Yeah. And, you know, maybe people listening now will be like, hey, casters, what are you saying? It's against EDG. It's 16th versus 17th. It doesn't say much, but again, we have seen those glimpses from Ultra Prime throughout the season. You know, against mid-tier teams, against some of the lower-end top-tier teams. So, definitely some talent on the roster. And Dell, I mean, they have completely outclassed EDG in this game. But this sets up for my prediction to be true. For all of us watching here to think like, hey, this is going to decide who is last place. Ultra Prime will Ultra Prime will win, and then EDG will go on to beat JDG. It'll make no sense at all.
True, I'm here for it now, as we've already set the fate strings in motion. That is literally all 3 towers in bot lane at sub 17.5 minutes. My goodness. They are literally almost at a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and they're getting more as the camera pans over Ultra Prime, taking more towers.
Okay, EDG. They want to
Monkey's
make
coming
a play.
in.
Monkey's got the deep flank. 0909's here. This is the combination. Can they get it off? Meanwhile, Hacker at the base doing the dragon.
Just absolute desperation. They know they need to find something. They know they need to get some kills and get back in this game, but the angle wasn't there. The members of Ultra Prime were too far, and it just ends up wasting
Bro,
a TP.
Decade just walks straight into the maw of death, and he stands strong in its face. As the Ultra Mega Fire Kick not able to disconnect EDG from themselves. Hostile takeover right back. Doggo obliterated by Monkey here. He does end up going down. 600 smackaroos go over, but look at Yuakai. He is burning them so that he can chop down and eat them. Ala and Monkey, the only saving graces for EDG, but not for long. A triple kill for the massive dragon of Ultra Prime. Let's see if get a quadra here. Ala's gonna get one back, as we know he would. And now he's got a little bit of a fight back on its way. He is the Kasante, and Yuakai doesn't have any means of getting to him. And that's it.
Yeah, once the ghost is popped, I'm glad that all of Ultra Prime realized, hey, this is a lost cause. Ala's getting away. Does it really matter? No, but maybe it matters to him a bit more, because if I was Ultra Prime, I think we cannot let this guy end the game deathless. He's on the losing team. He needs to feel despair. But to bring us into the replay, Decade, like you said, running right into EDG, gets caught out. I'm surprised the confidence from Yuakai, just astral flight in. But you know, they realize, hey, we are just so much stronger than them. Look at the damage, even from just those 3 culling shots. Hitting on the Monkey does overextend a little bit, which opens for him to be jumped on, but keep your eyes on the Dragon, because he's absolutely dismantling the Snake and Vampire on the backside of the fight with Decade peeling, and it just leaves EDG a little bit trapped, trying to deal with the rest of Ultra Prime's front line.
God, Yuakai executed this fight so well. And you love to see the ASOL coming back into the meta. Yes, Ala gets one back. He is Kasante, for God's sake. But it is a dominant Ultra Prime utilizing their strengths, right? They already have taken 6 towers. They have complete control of the map. They just did get their first dragon, so that aspect of scaling a little bit far off. But Yuakai is almost on 3 items. Doggo is on 3 items. They can continue pressing their advantage.
Yeah, we see 270 Stardust for the ASOL right now. Probably, I mean, not even probably. We've seen in the fights, right, dealing huge amounts of damage, especially once you get to the point, right, 5 ranks in Q, when you could just start shooting your Breath of Fire forever, indefinitely. 7, 0, and 3.
Breath of Light?
Fully stacked Darksteel. That's just crazy.
That's, I think, the kicker for me, right? Like, he's been slowly just picking up stacks as the game goes on. To this pick that we labeled as, you know, heavy scaling, the insurance policy for Ultra Prime. I mean, it's the carry policy right now.
And Leandri's having the Seekers there as well to provide him a bit of safety if Monkey ever finds an avenue of being able to jump on him. But
that.
he can just
That's
1v1 him.
your jungler. The Falling Skies isn't going to do too much because of the Crescent Guard. The Fate's Call also got utilized there. Ultra Prime going to move on to the Tier 2 tower and top side and be able to take this one cleanly.
Yeah, like really solid map movements coming out right now for Ultra Prime. Push in mid, look for the pick in the enemy jungle. You had the wave started top.
Oh, they are getting a little bit big for their britches, but Hacker gets a nice redemption there. So I think Joy actually had a big play. Now Decade sees the predatory instincts are coming alive here. Now Yuakai, he finds the angle. He doesn't have much damage to follow it up, but Decade wants it. He's in there, but he's going to go down immediately to the Snake as he pulls the Ren stacks out of the crock.
Yeah, EDG, they're able to find one back with how close the fight is to their base. So nice for them. Even getting some items off this, like we see the Horizon Focus and Redemption coming through for 0909 and Vampire. But still, that was a fight where we weren't getting to see Doggo especially get a lot of autos in, and he has the IE in pocket now. So, this could go so bad for EDG. Is Ultra Prime trying to get the Baron?
They burn it so fast, too. Able to get Monkey in there maybe for EDG, but he doesn't want it. You have to body block for him, Ala. The bird, it's going, but it's not going to be enough. They did get the Baron anyways.
Like, one of the most dominant games of the split, which, you know, there's been a lot of, like, dominant games like this, but still, this is up there. And the fact that it's Ultra Prime doing it to EDG, again, is kind of mind-blowing. I didn't expect this. I thought, hey, you know, this series could still really go anywhere, right? EDG can come back in game 2 and completely stomp Ultra Prime. Like, I still don't know what to expect, even after seeing this game 1 be this dominant.
Unfortunately, it hasn't been the welcoming that 0909 wanted. They combined early for some good moves around the map, but Ultra Prime have taken advantage of their strength ever since then. Ala has hit second item now, and so has Monkey. So a little bit more safety in the team fights, but they're starting to lose their base.
Ultra Prime going forward quite
no.
aggressively. Yukai just doesn't care, man. Even gets the flash out of 0909.
They're just using this pressure so well. He's also so tanky, right? He's on 3 items.
Yeah.
All those Dark Seal stacks. Feels really good. So tanky, also could just survive for so long. 2 inhibs are going to go down in bot and mid.
Doggo as well is going to do a ton of damage right now. Like, has the last Whisper picked up. Like, a full culling. Just brought Monkey down to no HP, and this looks like it'll just be the end.
Yuakai's holding on with the ulti right now, the big one, because he wants to bring the doom of EDG. Decade having popped his Dominus. Monkey going in with the Crescent Guard. Yukai breathing on the backs of EDG, but Decade wants to go for it a little bit more. He's got those rage stacks now. 1 turret left. Can Ultra Prime put the finishing touches here? They are feeling a little bit wary, and the handshake comes through on its way. Vampire with a flash hostile takeover, but now as the skies descend on EDG's Game 1, Ultra Prime reigns supreme. It's like the dawning of the end of the dinosaurs, as Ultra Prime will win Game 1 holistically.
Yeah, completely outclassed. EDG was this game by Ultra Prime. It was crazy. A lot of mistakes from EDG. Great job by especially Hacker and Yukai. I think really being the ones to punish them. A lot of good setups, a lot of good ults coming out from Hacker. And I mean, we saw what Yukai was able to do. It was huge.
It was absolutely massive. Not just because he's a gigantic dragon in Aurelion Sol. It was impressive from Ultra Prime, but again, it was a symptom of what we've seen little bits of throughout this split, and it was nice to see against EDG. Apparently 0909 is not the magical cure for EDG's issues. We'll see if they can bounce back into game number 2. We'll be back after a break.
odds move closer, but with a deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL Spring Split 2024. We are here in week number 8, and what a week it is. We started off with a banger here tonight. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric. And Ultra Prime came out swinging in that game number 1. They had like a 10k lead at 20 minutes or so, and Uakai on A-Soul was looking real good.
Yeah, they had a 4K lead at 12 minutes and snowballed it out of control. Uakai, of course, gets the MVP. This is not surprising whatsoever. Again, the man did not die, and I loved how aggressively he was flying forward, shooting out the light breath of light destruction. He owned EDG.
And it all started off with a lot of things going back and forth between Ultra Prime and EDG. And then we started getting the kills coming through. And this is a little bit far in, actually. This is where I think things had already really started to boil down for EDG, but Uakai played this one insanely.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, I mean, they looked better in the fights. Again, the setup was there. I feel like their map movements were a lot better than EDG's. We saw them once they got that lead that they were doing so much better. And it really left EDG with not much room to even play. Like you said, but even by the time we were at this fight, it was like, hey, Doggo has 2 items, and the Snake hasn't even finished 1.
And you get to see a lot of flexing of the muscles here. And there were a couple things going for EDG at these moments, but being able to kind of capitalize on the oversteps early from EDG led to the absolute destruction of them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we just gotta look ahead. We just gotta focus on next game, right? Because this game, not a whole lot of takeaways. I think even for EDG and their coaching staff, they're gonna be like, hey,
dude,
where can we look to when we really just lost across the board? And they need the emotional support animal, Mazel, I'm telling you. You can pick what the animal is because you have history as a zookeeper. I don't really know if that connects to choosing emotional support animals, but you're the only person I trust with that job.
Yeah, we're gonna not do the snake again. I think we're gonna have to go with another animal here for you. Unless the snakes picks like a Twitch, maybe you can get like a rat.
What about a koala?
Koala? They are actually not very nice. So I wouldn't go with what else emotion support animal. But maybe that fits you, Lyric. Maybe that fits you. We have Ultra Prime on the blue side, EDG on the red side for this game number 2. Some likely bans. It was the Jace targeting 0909 in the first game and the second game now. The Jackson and Nautilus ban from Ultra Prime now. And the Smolder, Lucian, Callista ban by EDG. They say, we don't want that matchup again on the bot side.
Yeah, it's right attention, right? They're banning out the champ that they picked the last time around. They do leave open the Maokai, which has been Hacker's most successful champion by a mile. Has a 50% win rate on it, 5-5, which again, the other win rate's not even hitting that 50% mark. So we'll see if Ultra Prime just decide to gravitate towards that. I do like the takeaway of the Renekton though. Gonna set Ala up to potentially have some strength in the early game, maybe give EDG a lane that they could play around.
Ala saying, I want the Croc. He wants to be able to do the things the Decade did last game. K'Sante felt a little bit quiet for Ala, and I think we expected that. Now, the run locked in for EDG, pretty good with the engage potential, but also the safety it provides. You do get the Renata to join the Varus, a very interesting composition nonetheless. The K'Sante is the lock-in for Decade, so the same matchup. The Ziggs locked in for EDG.
Yeah, I expect this to come out of the bot lane, right? Ziggs has an easy time being able to at least deal with Varus. You have range to be able to play with, especially once you start making your way towards your first item. Very easy to finish off those minions. And yeah, EDG, I'm curious to see how they end up rounding out their draft, because especially something like Ziggs can potentially lead you to maybe playing more side lane oriented options, right? Because you're going to have that tons of wave clear already coming out from your AD carry.
The snake, plural, has a 50% win rate on the Ziggs with 8 games played total in his career as a whole. So, not too shabby there. The Xin Zhao Maokai ban's very directed towards Hacker. I like the Tristana ban, kind of a holdover from that first game. We'll see what the final ban is going to be to dwindle down that mid lane matchup a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm interested, right? I love the Tristana ban because when we talk about something that also brings more pushing power, that would be really strong. Something like the TF still comes to my mind, especially if you were willing to be a bit flexible with your build in regards to, they'd be able to see what the rest of the draft is and then decide if they wanted to go the AD or AP variant. We'll see if they do decide to go for mid here or if they save jungle again. This would also go down that wheelhouse, right? Already something that can function. Playing insides. 0909 not the most successful in his career on the pick, 4 and 7.
Glad you highlighted that earlier in the day too. No, Doggo, no. Stop it. Not allowed. But I'm glad you highlighted that early in the day about 0909. So we'll see if you can kind of make good on that here. We are saving last pick jungle for EDG, so they really want to give Monkey a comfort pick of some sort, but something with a lot of presence. The Lee Sin for Hacker locked in. I love that in terms of just setting up for positivity in the jungle for Ultra Prime.
And right now, hovering the
There
Annie,
it
I love
is.
it. Picking it into the Ahri. We've seen it consistently. It's become another staple of the meta, just being that answer into the Ahri with the point and click stun. He's going to do great if he can set up Hacker early. I mean, right, Hacker and Yukai were the ones performing well together in that game one, so I like them coming out together in this one. Monkey, though, going to go towards the Viego, so you have a lot of bursts to eventually set up for the resets.
That's big. First of all, it gives comfort to Monkey, but it's also giving him the tools for success. More so than I feel like the Xin Zhao, where you need a lot of things to go right for you. They are also heavily leaning on the duos that are available, or even the trio between the Renekton, the Viego, and the Ahri, and kind of leaving bot side onto its own with, obviously Vampire having a lot of roaming power on the Rakan.
That's the interesting thing, right? Because I feel like holistically the comp actually doesn't look that well glued, but if you're just keeping in mind of like, hey, Ziggs is going to function fine down being alone in that bot lane and set up for a lot of early skirmishes around top side, you can even potentially start getting Rakan roaming once you have that Lost Chapter built because of how much easier it becomes to clear waves. That could be a solid game plan for EDG to find their way into this game, but hell, Ultra Prime have also picked champions that won a tussle, that won a skirmish. They are going to be willing to answer blow for blow.
A lot of directing right now from Dway, as I saw him talking a lot to set up maybe the compositions, but it is a composition for Ultra Prime that leans to their strengths and leans to some of the strengths we saw from that game number 1. Now we're heading down to game number 2 here in Shanghai. Again, the battle for the wooden spoon. Ultra Prime leading us off with a dominant victory in game 1. We'll see if EDG have found the pieces that fit for a game 2 victory and a bounce back in a much-needed win for either organization, rounding out the split. Game 2 starts now. Again, I heard the Ultra Prime fans there. I know you're there. I heard them. EDG still having a lot, though. Maybe a little bit of energy given for a bounce back here.
Yeah, I like that we're getting the Gios, but I just had a brilliant idea.
Okay.
League of Legends, Disney, the League of Legends Toy Story crossover, where we have Renekton with this skin. I don't know the name of the toy skin, being the main villain of Toy Story. I don't know why, but I feel like he'd be the perfect rival for Mr. Potato Head. Do you see it?
I don't, but I understand the direction. And I guess I could see it. They also have that new Cho'Gath skin that just got announced that's like literally a toy. And it's like a bunch of like pieces. I don't know if you saw that, but
I
maybe
haven't.
We could do something with those too.
Is it wait.
Who's waiting for it? Oh no.
Was.
Oh no. That's early flash Vampire. You got to be real careful.
Oh.
No! First blood not going to be there. The heal and the flash save Vampire.
Gets away. Again, has to blow both Sums, but still, Sums also used by Ultra Prime. Will give them control over the bot wave, though, so it's going to be hard for the Snake to play, but so many minions for Ultra Prime to deal with before they can really focus on just whittling down and bullying the Ziggs.
So I know Care was the one that people have really started associating with the Annie plays and really running rampant around the league. The Care Bear mantra, obviously,
Which
there,
is
but
disgraceful. Disgraceful when we have Crime in the league. Sure,
Yeah,
Care might have
exactly.
brought it back, but Krine is the guy. Krine is the anti-guy, and he'll always have that title.
But here into the matchup, I think we've seen it pretty much into the Ahri's a decent amount of times. But I'm curious at how this mid lane matchup works in terms of the mid jungle duos.
I think when you look at mid jungle, I mean, it should just be easier for Ultra Prime, right? I mean, again, you have the point-and-click stun to set up for the Sonic Wave to go in. You could focus out the Ahri and just try to take her out in one shot. Early on, before they can just full-on 100 to 0 her, maybe EDG will have a stronger 2v2 if Monkey's there for the counter gank to be able to go for the turn. So I think it's going to be interesting, especially since, like we said, we haven't really seen a lot of teams paying that much attention to just ganking mid outright.
Yeah.
It's a lot more about leaning over. Even if we see 2v2 kills happen around mid, a lot of the time it's happening in transition, right? Like maybe one team's mid jungle will be moving back from attempting to make a play bot, and then they get caught off guard by the opposite team.
Much different state than in that game number 1, where everybody wanted to go tussle down bot side. We do have the early clear, Scuttle Crab split, and back completed for both junglers.
A very, very passive early game, you know? We like peace. Pacifism's all right, so maybe not on the LPL scale that I set in game 1. I'm actually directly contradicting
You
what I
really
said
are,
in
yeah.
that first game.
It's
But
fine.
you know
it's
what?
fine.
If I didn't point it out right now, no one would have known.
Recency bias. Nobody remembers. It's okay. We
Ooh,
do
though,
actually
but-
see
but
Monkey.
exactly. Going back to that scale, we're about to get the violence.
Oh, does the bush? I think the bush blocks it. Okay, he's not going to step up. Oh, Hacker. He gets it. He gets him on Allah. He does have the slice and dice out of there, Hacker. Not going to chase him down.
Yeah, Allah, nice job. Doesn't use that slice and dice to get away until after Hacker follows the Sonic Wave. So not an easy way to just be able to follow through with that and run him down. So he does manage to get out.
Now, the Snake and Vampire having a little bit of a push on bot side. Should lead Vampire being able to get out on the map, get some vision down potentially. We do have those objectives coming up. Hacker already on the top side of the map. It looks like Monkey is going to path that way as well.
We're getting close to ults being in play. And that's when I feel like actually EDG's mid jungle really comes online. Monkey only level 4, 0909 though, getting close. Does have Prio in mid, so he's going to be able to move over first.
That's big. Something much different from that game number 1. So Hacker did get one of them. And while bot side, we get a ghost pop by Doggo. He's going to dodge out of Vampire. Doesn't have a way out. The handshake comes through. He wants Vampire. He's going to get him. The rain is there, and Doggo, he's going to get first blood.
What they found in the earlier 2v2 is paying dividends now, right? No flash. The heal wasn't up, so Vampire this time can't get away on that sliver of health. So huge for the Ultra Prime 2v2. We saw on the opposite side of the map, it looks like EDG only ended up picking up 2 of the grubs, as Tibbers going to come out just to get a bit of a chunk on 0909.
Just ran Tibbers around the loop there, giving Tibbers a little bit of exercise. Although he's a gummy Tibbers, so like, I don't know if you need exercise.
I also don't think he needs it anyway. Tibbers,
Oh.
like, you know, Tibbers wears the weight great. Looks amazing. We don't need a smaller Tibbers.
Think
If anything,
fair.
we need a bigger Tibbers.
He does have a nice suit on, and I'm sure it's tailored.
Yeah, that is actually quite nice. I'm... Ooh, wait. Maybe it's not going to stay nice as the team's confronting each other. My God, Ultra Prime just not going to be able to contest any objective or anything going on.
Oh, EDG might have found a play on mid lane, though. Nice flash, but it wasn't enough. Dway, he's not going to get bailed out this time around. 0909 is getting low. Monkey as well, but it's going to be the kill to EDG. They are on the board.
They end up getting 1. At the same time, Ultra Prime were picking up the Dragon like we just saw. So I think they're going to be fine with the trade in the end. But nice job, especially with the fact that it goes onto the Viego, who in my mind is really going to be the one you're actually setting up to be the carry for EDG in this composition.
And he has to be. I think we have seen Monkey have some really good games since he's come in at least. But this setup was awkward. Still worked.
Yeah, throws out the Shroud. Initially gets kind of beat down, but it seems like they just didn't expect Vampire to come in with the knockup. He sets up for 0909 to get the charm, which looks like it costs like the last shred of his mana. So, nice timing on them to make that play before it wouldn't have been possible.
EDG fighting back. They are not at a gigantic deficit like they were in game number 1, and that is a saving grace in and of itself. Ultra Prime looking bot side. They'll be getting some plates here. They should be able to get a little bit of gold and a little bit of safety towards Doggo and Dway.
Yeah, I think this is around the time when the game started to explode for Ultra Prime last game. Again, I really only remember that 12-minute mark for the 4K gold lead. So we'll see. We'll see if anything ends up happening now, because Hacker's really waiting around. Obviously, he spotted out. EDG know exactly what's up, and they're looking for the counter gank. Monkey now is level 6, so has the Heartbreaker online.
Dway not going to be level 6 yet. Doggo is. So Chains of Corruption is available. So is Mega Inferno Bomb. Hacker has found a way to get the blue while his entire team hovers him. Make sure he takes that one out. There's still a potential play here. They saw him go here, I believe.
Yeah, they know.
He's just been waiting. Do they know? They know. The kickback. Oh, big Mega Inferno Bomb, and they actually might find the resets here. Ultra Prime get dusted in bot side, and Hacker, he's trying to run away. I wonder if Monkey has the speed here, because Yukai cannot come help. He's going to be a little late. Hacker trying to get to him, goes over. He's able to get away because of the red buff.
Manages to escape, but still, EDG come out ahead. They're the ones that find the kills. And overall, it was an information diff, right? That one ward providing them so much for that play. We now pan back to top. All are going to get some plates for themselves. So EDG starting to find themselves a little bit of a gold lead.
Just really, was it Ultra Prime feeling confident there, or Monkey just pulling the play of the game to start it off? Really big stuff from him. A different beast, it feels like, on this Viego.
Having a much better showing this time around. Eclipse also just finished up for Ala, so maybe we'll start to see some skirmishes around topside. But this, again, it was just an information diff. Like, EDG knew exactly where they were coming from, so the Viego gets the jump on them with the W. Great CC chain with Vampire following it up with a double knockup, setting up for the Ziggs bomb. So you really just had the full combo there. It was really enabled by the fact that Monkey was able to get the jump onto Dway.
Now back to live. Grubby's episode 2 being watched by Ultra Prime. Monkey wants in on the TV here. At least if he can get one, split the uprights. Looks like it will be so. The rest of EDG moving in full force behind him. So it'll be 3-3 for the Grub.
No, Mike's going to come out this game. So I think both teams going to be feeling comfortable about that, not having to worry of, maybe one small mistake turning into more of a tower, more plates than they would have otherwise had to give. And now we just go back to default positions, right? Both teams can go back to their lanes, farm it up. We still have ults onto Monkey, which is where I really feel like we need to be focusing. And now 909 maybe can start finding a bit of an impact himself.
And in this situation, right, we have the Snake, who, if they move him around the map, the towers are just going to start falling super heavily. They have, for EDG, a lot of strength in the skirmishing potential, too. And now that they're kind of unlocked on the map, it feels like that can be utilized. Whereas for Ultra Prime, we haven't seen their pieces really cohese just yet.
Yeah, and I think for Ultra Prime, it'll start going a bit better when we get to actual, 5v5s. And it's like, okay, Dway's ult's doing a lot to prevent Monkey or 0909 from finding value. And then Decade can start peeling or jumping on backline. And you're creating room for Doggo to deal damage. So we'll probably have to wait, maybe another Drake or so before we start seeing that come out. And I think until then, EDG are really going to be favored. Hell, look, Monkey already having the Sundered Sky online.
Yeah, that's so big.
Yeah, Archangel's also being finished for the Snake.
Really big power spikes. Even though that is the case, Ultra Prime still looking to contest this Dragon. Very dicey of them. See if they want to actually stick around. I think Yukai not having the Tibbers in mid lane can hurt them a decent amount. So we'll see if they can actually get EDG to slip up a little bit like that game number 1. EDG already starting up their Dragon.
I think if this turns into a fight, that I favor the side of EDG. We do see that 0909's already been shot.
Yukai, he's gonna flash. He does get the stun, but is it enough? Spirit Rush available. Heartbreaker on top of it. They even threw the Mega Inferno Bomb there too. Hacker now getting heartbroken over the wall. Ultra Prime are falling apart here. That's the hostile takeover. They might have been able to find one back. Oh my God, Hacker's still alive. What is going on? Holy cow, Doggo comes clutch, and now they can contest the dragon here. He has the ghost popped, and they will push EDG to the brink.
Okay, they're still going to look to contest the Drake, though, because Hacker's coming back in. Doesn't have
No
smite.
way. All right, nothing else going to be utilized the TP there. They don't have the Ultra, but they have the Prime as EDG take one, take two, and they'll look at the Dragon as well. Ultra Prime overstayed, and EDG punish in full.
The famous Ultra Prime overheat. They should have felt happy that Hacker made it out alive, which felt like came through because of a misjudgment from Monkey on jumping back in the pit, but they're going to take that. They managed to find the kills. You even see Ala transitioning to mid to potentially even get more plates.
Looks like 4-0 Monkey start feels real good for EDG fans, and EDG as a whole looks like you just needed to pick the right champion for him, and it wasn't Xin Zhao. Now with those 4 kills, though, he'll be getting close to that second item too, and this all started with shenanigans afoot by Ultra Prime, and Yukai just walking through vision.
I mean, right, trying to find an avenue so they can catch the Drake opens up the pick to come through, and this is where things get a bit dicey, right? Monkey finds the stun. Looks like he's hoping that he can burst him out before he gets over the wall. That's not the case. With the safeguard there, it actually allows Hacker to get back to safety. Monkey has no way of rejoining the fray over the wall. But this is one of the things we know Ultra Prime for, is not wanting to give up when maybe they should.
Oh, Vampire gonna have to give his life up there as he goes down in transition. Rift Herald secured by Ultra Prime.
One mistake leading to another objective, going over to Ultra Prime, and they're going to need it, right? Already starting to fall a bit behind EDG, who are just under 2k gold up. Hopefully that Herald can start to flip things back in their favor. Malignance now going to be in the inventory of Yukai. We can see Doggo having the Blade of the Rune King too, so now starting to match some of those items that EDG were able to get first.
Let's just see how that happened in the picture-in-picture. Yeah, Vampire just trying to face check the bush. Gets a big old tippers to the face.
I mean, the chain CC is just huge, right? Annie stun, Chains of Corruption was used, handshake from Jway. He had no chance to get away.
Hacker's here to fight over the Krugs as Monkey and Vampire are ready to tussle right back. Jway is here now as well. 0909 under turret. The wave will crash. EDG still looking potent, and they have the snake coming down with Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yeah, right now it's weird. It's like tensely not tense. EDG being around is like, ooh, can something happen? But not really. Is Hacker needs to be careful, and he knows it. Viego right now is massive, and remember the snake can join in these fights without even being present. Doggo cannot do the same thing.
Yukai not having Tibbers, they don't really have the trigger pull there. 0909 was pushing bot side, so they'll get another crash, and we are still in this tense 3v3, but the snake is here as well, and Doggo's on his way. Oh, Hacker! He tries to go for the monster play kick over the wall, but can't get it. Still gets the flash, at least the Heartbreaker out from Monkey.
Yeah, trades a flash ult for one ult, so obviously not positive play for Ultra Prime, but thinking that he saw the angle, maybe could have turned into something bigger had he been able to find the kick into the rest of his team, but still prevents EDG from being able to push any more down in the bot lane. And now I really feel like it's just about where Ultra Prime decides to use this Herald.
I think mid lane might be the case as we have our second Archangels added to the roster for EDG. That'll be a lot of scaling going their way and a lot of late game damage.
You know, going back to Herald, it does feel like Herald this split has pretty much always been used, like almost always used mid first. And then it's like, hey, maybe we could take it for a bit of a joyride down to the side lane, see if we can find a little bit more, but that's never the main priority.
I think we got to get some, drivers tests in there for our LPL players. Also, players around the world, I feel like. But,
that's what I want to ask you, right? Is where do you think other regions? Oh, maybe that doesn't matter because Monkey's going for a kill.
Decade.
Monkey's not going for a kill. It
Yep,
does matter.
nope.
So
I was
there we go.
wondering.
Compare LPL drivers to like NA drivers, right? Right, the other region that you cover.
I'm just saying, with the steering wheel to the car is so finicky that it can turn you backwards on its whim. You know, I don't know if we should judge any of the drivers. We've seen a little bit more
agree.
consistency.
And there was a part of me, a few weeks ago that thought, hey, maybe Riot should simplify this so we don't see so many shenanigans in pro play. And then I thought to myself, what am I thinking? Why would I want less shenanigans in pro play if
We
we
want
could have
more shenanigans.
Exactly. So no changes to Herald gonna be necessary. Dragon is coming up in 15 seconds though, so have to hone back into the game right now. EDG are the ones who have complete control over bot side. It looks like actually Ultra Prime aren't even gonna care about this Dragon. Rather make a play on top onto Ala.
Well, we were proven wrong. Rift Herald going to be used top side because they want to try to take down this turret. Would be first turret of the game. Monkey realizes that, so they aren't even towards that dragon. TP now coming in as Dominus popped by Allah. They are looking for the deep flank here. Doggo realizes it. A lot of ultis used. That was everything. It felt like the TPs, the Dominus. You even had the grand entrance and everything used by Vampire there.
Yeah, a lot wasted by EDG. I do gotta say though, I don't love the Herald top by Ultra Prime. I don't think they need elongated side lanes. Also, they're playing into a Ziggs, so breaking down mid turret's gonna be so incredibly hard.
Wait, Hacker. Oh my god. They're gonna turn the play right back on EDG! Ultra Prime, you dirty dogs!
They end up going, they kind of actually end up going for the play they originally wanted to go for, right? In Ultra Prime's mind, it was like, hey, EDG are going to take Dragon, we're going to Herald, and we're going to try and dive top. EDG matched the play, which prevented that potential dive or potential gank from happening. But I love it. They commit to the bit, and they go back to what they wanted from the start.
You always got to know what you want as
Exactly.
an individual, or in this case, as a team. Sadly, turret will go down to 0909 as well as that second dragon at EDG, so they are still chugging along in their win condition.
Yeah, we're going to go back to see exactly how it went down. Tibbers comes out, finds the stun, nice bit of damage. And I mean, right, he gets zoned off. He's not allowed to go anywhere. This is Ultra Prime's lane. Decade doesn't even need to be there, just there for moral support, but we'll take all the moral support we can get for either of these teams. But the one thing I want to point out is the fact that Ultra Prime have actually been closing the gold gap steadily. I think EDG at their height were close to 2K, and now being brought down to about... actually, no, it jumped,
They just
it jumped
got
right
the
back
turret,
up.
so
Jumped right back up.
that's the beauty of the Ziggs, and that's a lot of the power you can have in taking the structures and the base. You can get it so quickly if you move the Ziggs in the right directions at the right timings. Hacker was trying to support you at kind of top side. I think they'll just seed this one, and they'll lose another turret unless Hacker wants to have a little bit more say of it. They are bringing the snake up here, though.
The thing that Ultra Prime need is for Decade to not get solo killed for one.
Oh my god, Allah wants it. I'm just surprised that the Cassante has had literally no say in this Renekton Cassante matchup both times, and we've seen it pick the second game. I was surprised to see Decade go for this.
I mean, right, opting into playing more for the team. And you could tell Ultra Prime overall are leaning into that with the fact that they've really not been Doggo into the fray at all. They've left him farming safely in mid, just trying to get to his items and allowing the three-man roaming squad of EDG to outclass their own. So we're going to have to get to that point, though, and actually see these team fights happen, right? See Decade have an impact in 5v5s and allow for Doggo to take over.
Yeah. We are getting on second items now. Malignance is complete for 0909. We also got the Sterix Gauge for Monkey, the Black Cleaver also for Allah, as well as a lot of power given to Doggo with the completion of the Guinsoo's. So we'll see if they can utilize that. We do have a little while for next objectives, but it's a situation where EDG definitely want to look for some pace.
Yeah, and they're doing a great job of it so far as they get the flash out from Dway. And, right, that's where their comp functions beautifully. So Diego, Rakan, Monkey.
Hacker is playing with fire here. Mega Inferno Bomb coming across 0909. He's in there, and here comes the Heartbreaker. Doggo, he's not going to get bailed out this time. It's EDG running away with it. That's going to be 3 kills, and it's 0909 showing up finally as another one goes. EDG, they want to push us to 3.
Yeah, I think Monkey really having a huge game. Questionable decisions from Ultra Prime this time around, and now it's going to lead EDG to getting a Baron. So looks like we're on the way to going the distance.
Almost 6K lead now off the back of just that 2K lead you were talking about not too long ago. Ultra Prime falling for a lot of the mistakes we've seen them consistently do over this split, and that's why in the conversation from last game, it was the little glimmers that we've seen that these are also the big showing of why Ultra Prime find themselves in positions like this.
Right, it makes sense why EDG were going for this. They're stronger right now. Monkey especially is huge, but the turn that's coming from Ultra Prime doesn't make a lot of sense for me here. You don't have your team here. Their waves coming in. They already have control over the space. Their wave was getting pushed into mid, so you could have just played under your own turret and the same result would have happened. No neutral objectives up. And it really just feels painful for Ultra Prime to lose so much off of that.
It feels like that's been the consistent theme of this game. There's been a lot of questionable engages by Hacker, by Uakai, the movements in Vision, like things like that. It just feels like a full breakdown from that game number 1, which, you know, can bring a couple question mark pings to your mind, but here is EDG looking good in the bounce back.
And, you know, one thing about when we have matchups like this, right, is it feels like when either team gets a lead that they're going to know how to close out, and Ultra Prime and EDG probably don't have the greatest idea of how to play from behind. Is Ala might go down. They might have a decent idea of how to play from behind, but they do end up losing in mid for this.
They're just big. Oh, the all-out play actually there, but Vampire is here, and Decade is all by his lonesome. He's going to try to dash his way out of that one, but can't triple knock up his way into a life.
Now for EDG having a wave in bot, they could just rotate, get this tower going.
Vampire. Well, he wanted to set up for the team.
He did it. You know, he distracted them. The tower was able to come out. And now we're at the point of the game where the only question is it throwable? Do EDG toss this game? My guess would be no. I look at this and I'm like, no way do EDG lose this. What about you, Mazel? Where do you stand?
I'd say we're going to 3 games. I think this is a composition that feels really good for EDG. They can capitalize on a lot of the consistent mistakes we've seen from Ultra Prime in the second game, and that has been the kicker. Because Ultra Prime had been in the game, right? But then we've seen like 3 or 4 flubs now by them where they overextend.
Yeah, we're gonna see now Ala almost getting picked up, but does end up getting away. And I just gotta say, right, like even this replay happens, the kill goes through, but the important thing is that with where we're at in the game, you really don't have anyone who could kill Monkey or 0909. With the mobility to have, with the way they're able to weave in and out of these fights. Again, we still haven't even seen Decade really be part of the action other than that last clip.
I'd say we didn't see Ala either. Game 1. It's been 2 games of a nothing burger from Casantes.
Yeah, very true. Hell, and even a lot of the types of mistakes we're seeing from Ultra Prime in this game, we were seeing from EDG in that first game. So
yeah, I just think there's a reason why we've seen a lackluster priority of Cassante, and we've seen a lot more flexing of things in the top side, and I'm just curious why we're still seeing Cassante in a matchup like this, especially against a Renekton when we've seen it go so lopsided so many times. Mega Inferno Bomb used in mid lane. EDG make their way out with no objectives on the table, but lasting damage done to Ultra Prime.
You know what, now that I think about it, you're right. Here we are, both teams out of playoff contention. A Renekton was picked. Why are we picking Cassante? Bring out the Quinn. Bring out the rapid fire cannon like the Shy. Bring out the Doran's Blade Ornn. We got
I don't know if I'd be cooking that much, but you know, maybe a little bit more cooking than what we got. Handshake coming through. Can't even hit the point blank charm. Oh no, 0909. Now, maybe this is the chance. Decade can actually do something on the Cassante. You asked, is there a chance, Lyric? Well, there's always a chance as Ultra Prime, they're running down the top dog in this game of EDG, and they actually get a little bit back. 3 kills go their way, and Hacker's looking for more. They have the angle. Hacker, the sneaking predator in the bushes as Decade running him down, and here he comes. He kicks back. Vampire gonna go down here. No. Oh, Allah's pretty big. Allah's pretty big. He's a big croc. He's got slice and dice. He's trying to get him down too. Oh, Sonic Wave doesn't hit from Ultra Prime, but they're moving forward here, Lyric.
Wait,
No
Allah
way.
just
Allah.
slice and dices right back in.
Allah! He gets the kill. Oh, my God. He gets a double. That's a 2 against the 4, 5, and he finds more. He finally goes down. That'll be 1 given back. 0909 is chasing.
Look
and
at
this
the
fight is
minimap.
absolute insanity.
They're super minions killing Ultra Prime's base.
Ultra Prime don't care. They want bloodshed. Here comes Monkey to get the resets. And he might not be able to take down Decade. 0909 will.
You know,
Or
if
will
they
he?
didn't- oh,
Decade! What is happening in this game right now? They are losing that turret, but the minions finally come out. Decade's still alive!
he manages to escape. Who came out ahead in this play? Who got more?
I have
who,
no
who
idea.
got more gold? Who got more cash money from this? Because had that play not gone on as long as it did, I'm pretty sure Ultra Prime got 1,100 gold from shutdowns. I'm pretty sure that's what the numbers are at right before that fight started. And then the over-aggression, the back and forth, the secret agent Allah into the frontline tank assassin Allah into just what a back and forth.
I don't even have words. Like, I don't think I've seen a crazier game in terms of that little last segment of moments. Now, Baron has started up for EDG to return us to some normalcy here. Can Ultra Prime contest it? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to, but they're going to try.
Yeah, I don't really think there's any room to go for this, especially with Decade not being here. You look, there's still supers pushing the base of Ultra Prime.
And if Ultra Prime lose this, then they lose the game, it feels like. And Vampire wants to make that known. Hostile Takeover comes back. Tway's already gone. They actually find one, so they get Monkey. The
Diego.
resets are no longer there. And Decade is a tanky boy now. He is finally making the Cassante felt in this series.
And that was such an important kill. Because if you kill Vampire, honestly, even if you kill one of the other 3 potential carries, it doesn't feel anywhere as near as impactful, right? Because now it means Baron has to be stopped. It gives Ultra Prime more time to deal with these supers in their base and wait for this inhibitor to respawn. But sadly, it doesn't give them much more time. Because the Dragon's up in 18 seconds, and this would be soul for EDG.
Ultra Prime gonna go off the Baron play here. Mega Inferno Bomb utilized, and here comes the TPs. Ultra Prime, you're going for gold here. They're gonna get the Baron. They get the bounty as well. They gotta try to fight out of it though, and now they won't. They already lost Doggo. Decade just gonna dash his way over. Hacker able to get out. They can get out with more buffs though. That's huge. They will lose 2 of them though, and EDG are now looking to press into the base and get potentially this Dragon Soul too.
I think this should just be GG. I mean, you have the Cassante down, you have the Varus down, who's the consistent damage for this team. Honestly, EDG could probably just end.
They're looking for it. They want to bring us to 3. And of course, the chaos had to ensue in this series in the battle for the wooden spoon. As EDG take down the mid inhib once again, they will look at the final Nexus turrets here. One already very worse for wear as the Dominus gets popped by Allah. Here they go. They get the Grand Entrance missing by Vampire, but does it matter? It looks like it doesn't. They've already got the Crypt Bloom stacks going. And now as well, Yukai, the only saving grace under the turret. The turret falls. Allah's looking for it. He actually hits the Nexus. They're going for it. We're going the distance. EDG, wait, no. He can't get it. Okay. It's over. Finally, the chaos is done. Thank goodness, because that was a hell of a game number 2.
If that game didn't end there, I was going to be so upset because, my God, EDG would have been so trolled by that inhibitor respawning. Like if the minions had walked up to that Nexus, even if all of them died, it wouldn't have mattered. But luckily, all is right in the world. EDG got the win they deserved.
We had to go to 3 for this one, absolutely. We are going to send it to a short little break, and we will be ready to go for game number 3 after this. Welcome back to the LPL here. We are in a lengthy series between Ultra Prime and EDG. We've got the contemplative moments from Lyric. I'm Mazel. And what a game number 2 that was, even if it was a little bit chaotic.
Very series so far has been kind of weird. But I gotta say, Mazel, it's been a fun one.
It definitely has been. I think Ala had a big showing out on the Renekton, comparatively game number 1. I swear to goodness gracious, if I see another Cassante into the Renekton in this matchup in particular between Deca and Ala, I'm going to be very upsetty spaghetti. We'll see what happens in game number 3 though, but I think it was a much better performance from EDG as a whole, even with some slip-ups, and it's centered around Monkey getting ahead early.
Yeah, I mean, once his Viego just started picking up kills, he was like 4-0 very early on. It just felt like they couldn't bring him down. Again, him and the Ahri having so much mobility, weaving around. I mean, could we really call them fights? They were like skirmishes early on, and that's where they were really popping off. And what a shocker, the man himself picks up the MVP.
We do indeed, as I think getting this guy, the Graves, the Viego, the Lee Sins, very, very good. I think Xin Zhao does have the essence to be the same, but you're just giving him so much carry potential in that regard. And so I think it's really important to keep that in mind for EDG. I think we saw a much better combination of him and 0909 on the Ahri combo instead of the Karma as well. And I think that actually led a lot to EDG's success, as 0909 on a little bit different of a pick.
Yeah, and you know, kind of to take a step back and look at this series holistically, I feel like we got to refer to the texts, Mazel. The texts that you've already been reading. We go back to the great sage of the LPL, and we got this quote: "I appreciate EG and Up doing their best to make this stakeless series a banger." Hashtag LPL. That's from Kelsey. And Kelsey is the great sage of the LPL in my mind.
Yes, agreed.
The really only OG. Still being around, still following every single game. And this series so far has been a bit of a banger because there have been lots of shenanigans, lots of silly moments, some good fights, some decisive stomps, and now it all culminates in this game. And who knows what's going to happen here. Maybe this is where we get the spice that you were looking for.
I got to add one more thing into that. A bunch of question marks for Ultra Prime. Like, what the heck was that game number 2? It literally was... like a completely different team stepped on the stage, and that's the craziness that this series can offer, right? And that's what leads into kind of things that Kelsey was saying, is a stakeless series that both teams are willing to just kind of push the edges of execution on. And I'll see a lot of that in game number 3, I expect, and I want to see what this chaos can ring, as Ultra Prime on the blue side again will be banning away the Jax, the Jace, and the Ziggs. EDG with the Smolder Lucian ban so far. Maybe that Kalista going to join that one too.
I wonder if it opens up for the first pick of the Nautilus, because that's been what Ultra Prime have been banning in that 3rd slot instead of the Ziggs. It's been Jue's most played so far, so could set up for some engage, can set up for some more aggression. Things like the Kalista, though, still left up, and I think with things like the Lucian taken away, maybe rising in priority a little bit more than they otherwise would, but it seems like Renekton's still just the call.
Yeah, and I think that EDG are actually playing through that, right? They're saying, okay, we'll ban the Ashe so that we know you want the Renekton. We'll take the Kalista matchup. There's no real big counter into it. Now, I guess you could take the Varus and things like that, but the Ashe itself, really big. Maybe they don't even want to go that direction.
Yeah, it would be interesting. We have seen the Snake obviously lean a lot heavier on Varus than anything else. It's his most played champion so far at 9. And now where EDG want to follow, actually. So, looks like they're thinking of trying to deny what could be the Kalista Renata from Ultra Prime.
That looks like the case here. Pretty good bottom duo between the Snake and Vampire there. Now, leaning to those strengths early in the first phase, you do wonder what that 3rd pick is going to be, because they already see what the top lane matchup can bring, so you're not necessarily saving that counter pick there. The Kalista has been left on the table on a silver platter, as if it was maybe a trap.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the engage options that they can pair with the support, right? Things like the Rakan and Nautilus, both being open. Sure, the lane might be a little bit dicier, having to look for those all-ins to find the kills, but actually Nico coming out for Uakai. I said, like, he really hasn't been touching this pick so far. This is his first time playing it. in the split.
That's really big to say as well. You know, just trying to get a little bit more centered setup around the team fights for Yokai. Maybe a little bit more action than the Annie brought in game number 2. I'm a little upset at you. Kasante is locked in anyways for EDG. We'll see it for
Call
a
it.
third
Call it,
time.
Giselle. Call it. Tell us the winner right now.
Is it just Ultra Prime
I
because
mean-
they didn't grab Kasante?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they did what you didn't want, so therefore you should already
They
proclaim
did.
them the losers. But no, we move into the second half. I like the takeaway of the Rel. You already pointed out Yukai could be a staple in these team fights with that ultimate, so denying the Rel synergy to set that up is going to be pretty big. And right, we've so far just had a lot of trades going through things like the Xin Zhao, the Lee Sin being big. Viego, of course, we had him in that last game. I don't know if either draft thus far really setting up for him. Ooh.
Just in case.
In-
Just in case.
Yeah, and that one's even more interesting, right? Because it's signaling that EDG thinks it's a possibility that the Nico ends up somewhere else.
Kind of funny the way the brains think about this last game in the battle for the wooden spoon. The Viego, a rightful ban towards Monkey, absolutely earned. The thing that's still on the table, though, Graves.
Yeah, and that's why I think here you go to Karma, it still leaves your jungle pick wide open in that second phase, whether it's something like the Graves, if they're just going back to the Xin Zhao, if that doesn't get taken off the table. A lot of options going to be there. Now for Ultra Prime, I would kind of like if they took that one away themselves and leaned on the Xin Zhao, having some early aggression there, and then a lot of range you can deny with that Crescent Guard. 2-6.
Dude, Doggo just doesn't want to walk away from the moment. He's like, I will live in this in perpetual state of want. As Xin Zhao is the end up lock-in for Ultra Prime.
Ooh, and it looks like they actually, EDG might have been right. It's looking like we're going to get this Nico potentially down to the bot lane. Play hovered right now. Would at least give them, you know, some semblance of wave clear in mid. And yeah, they're going to lock it in, so.
It has to be an Insta-Graves.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there we go. You wanted a bit more spice. We're getting it with the Nico coming out for Jue. It's going to be huge, right? Going to be able to throw him in once that ult's online and maybe set up for some huge combos. If you get them locked down with the Nico, then Jue's throwing out all his AoE damage while Decade and Hacker are getting on the back line. At the same time, though, the front to back from EDG is quite hard to bypass. You have Karma's feeding everyone up with the shields. You have the ultimate that's going to be able to come out from Vampire. Ala, who's going to be able to soak up all the damage if he manages to find an impact on the Kasante, which we haven't seen so far in the series. But point is, I feel like EDG do have a lot of good tools to deal with what Ultra Prime are bringing to the table. But clearly, Ultra Prime just want to throw some hands.
Yeah. I think in aggression, Ultra Prime are lacking into the composition from EDG, but in healing and things like that, I think they can actually have a really big fight. The hardest thing is you're literally going against Renata Karma. Like the fights are going to be so hard. And there was a caveat I wanted to add to the Kasante point earlier. We actually got to see Decade start turning things around as the Kasante later on in team fights. The entrances are so important. So maybe Allah with another chance at it after that game one failing can make it happen.
Yeah, they're gonna try. I mean, right? Even though there's no stakes in terms of playoffs, both these teams being out, being able to end the split with some pride, being able to find this win, and even just try new things out, like we're seeing with the Nico. I think it's a good way to use this last game.
I think as we get into it, we'll hear the Gios in Shanghai one more time, but a game 3 that was expected between two chaotic teams. 0909's first game of the split, first series of the split for EDG as they make changes continuously. Ultra Prime looking to put some pride on the line here with their composition. Let's see what game 3 has in store.
EDG already going for an early invade, maybe hoping to split bot and enable their bot lane duo to not get punished by this Nico.
Level 1 does go pretty hard for EDG. They're just looking for every in that they can get here. So last game they set up Monkey very nicely early on. He's on another comfort champion of his. See if he can actually do it this time.
I like what Ultra Prime did, right? They safely walked back through the lane to regroup as a unit so they can try and contest and make sure that EDG aren't taking away any of their camps. Oh god, Hacker. Okay, so it's just going to end up starting on Raptors. So it looks like EDG should be able to steal this red.
Hacker gonna get traded for. Okay, well, apparently Ultra Prime, they were loving what you were saying in the whole let's just fight. Oh my god, Monkey is getting chunked here. Uakai coming around the corner. Ultra Prime want this. Oh, he can't get the combination on the right direction. And EDG, they'll move back in to try to get the red buff.
I mean, now that they're grouped up and know that most of Ultra Prime are in front of them, it shouldn't be that annoying. But look at what Yuakai's doing.
Yuakai has another one. Oh, Hacker! Hacker's just dead. First blood to EDG.
Yeah, I believe it was the handshake coming out from Vampire, pulling him in at the end to guarantee the kill. Monkey, of course, hitting level 2 helped a lot to guarantee them that. And I like that EDG didn't back down, knowing that they feel strong, having something like the Karma as well, with the low cooldown on the Q to keep trying to bully Ultra Prime out. And EDG already off to a good start.
And I hate to point it out, but I think it's, again, another situation of Ultra Prime that we've seen them consistently do. They just overextend, they get a little too hot, and they commit a little too hard. Maybe they just wanted that fisticuffs, but that leads to EDG's advantage, particularly now through this bot lane.
Exactly, right? Because not only were they able to steal the red buff, find a kill, but they've also now made it so Jue and Doggo have to be careful. With Monkey going for that invade and Hacker making his way up to top side.
Unfortunately, I don't think 0909 is going to have a very good time when he's in mid lane. Looks like that matchup against the Hui is going to be a bit difficult, especially with, I think, the laning advantage that Uakai had come back with.
Yeah.
And now has consistently.
I feel like in the first 2 games as well, we saw 0909 getting bested by Uakai in the 1v1, which I guess shouldn't be too surprising, right? Again, 0909 coming back up from the LDL. Has played a series in LPL back in 2022, subbing in for Cream on OMG, but no experience. No tier 1 experience to really lean on like Uakai has.
And Uakai has been one of the brightest spots of Ultra Prime for me. It's like when the earlier parts of the split, when Ultra Prime actually had led with a lot of strong games, it was like, wow, I can't believe Uakai was a sub last year. But I think we still see a lot of that. Maybe not the Annie game so much, but still see a lot of centered moments around Uakai for Ultra Prime.
Uakai has one X on his record, one black mark on his record in my mind, which is that had he not been starting on IG, that would have meant Mo would have been starting on IG.
That's a personal mark. That's not a general mark.
Why not?
If anybody is wondering why,
I
I think everybody should know that Lyric has a fascination with Mole, the player, not the animal.
Look, you go back to 2020, you even go back to 2019 when V5 weren't good, but it was hilarious with Mole and Wendy. And, actually, that's my favorite V5 iteration, is 2019 summer. But that doesn't matter.
Oh, my God.
Because now the teams... Come on, teams. You can do it. You can fight.
Nope. You cast or cursed the action. Way to go.
I want to break the box of the Rammus memes that Ultra Prime we're talking about. Please, Ultra Prime social media person, break the glass. Bring us the Rammus memes.
I just love the Doggo covers it. Literally just in the game. Objectives did come up. We have 5 minutes on the clock, obviously. The only thing is we've seen a consistent move to those objectives, particularly the Telegrubbies. But this time, it's not going to be that. It's going to be a mid-focus for Ultra Prime, trying to chase down 0909, who will make it out. Decade had popped his Dominus. They're going to try to move in here to stop the Dragon take from EDG.
I think as EDG, you just have to back off, right? I mean, the Renekton has walked all the way down. The objective goes through, and it's funny because 0909 is getting absolutely bullied in this lane matchup. But on the same token, the Snake and Vampire had a pretty sizable CS lead until the recall just came through from the Snake, where you assume Doggo's going to at least get pretty close in terms of CS. So teams finding advantages in different places. EDG are actually the ones with a little bit of a gold lead.
Honestly, that was Just a little shout out there. Decade actually played the timing on that so well. Literally didn't miss a single minion, was able to go down there. I guess in the previous wave he definitely did. Very interesting to see Ultra Prime kind of pick apart the map a little bit.
Now doing a nice job of making roams that we aren't seeing all too often now. Again, the Snake did go for a reset, so coming in with the Berserker Greaves to have a bit more attack speed under his belt, but you can see now starting to fear the pressure being put on by Ultra Prime. A lot's going to come down to Joy actually being able to land these Tangle Barbs, though, and then get the follow-up trade with Q.
There's so much damage that can come across if you land that CC from Jway, and I think with the lack of range to combat that a little bit, it makes it very difficult for EDG. That's why we're seeing, a catch up from Doggo in the CS department down there, and a little bit more presence as well. Playing with a lot of vision around there as well. Now, Hacker, not even going to contest it. All 3 grubs going to go over to EDG.
Is going to enable his bot lane to continue the level of aggression, though I like EDG. Oh, I thought EDG were going to scout out if he was going for the scuttle, but they actually might open themselves up to an easy gank.
Ooh, Tangle Barb does connect. He insta-burns the cleanse, then the flash. Vampire now going to take the brunt of Doggo's ire. Hacker was seen bot side, though, and they actually got 3 summoner spells from EDG.
Again, I thought EDG were going to be under the assumption of, hey, he's doing Scuttle Crab because we're doing grubs. We're going to go mess with them a little bit, back out safely, just be a bit of an annoyance. But no, not having that in their mind at all. And it's set up for the big flash from Jway to come out and force all those summoners.
It was the 3-for-2 summoners trade. Jway definitely trading those pretty heavily. Now, they actually get 2 plates off this in general in the bot side, which brings a lot of the, I guess, even keel nature of this game to a head, because we are at the most even that this series has been in this moment of a game so far, and we're about to change that potentially if Monkey can find the entrance. There is no CC to layer it down. Oh, Ravenous Maw, Spiraling Despair. 0909, put your head in your hands. The shield comes through, and he saves the day.
He's just doing a great job in this 1v1. I love it too, following up with the QW to try to just keep being a hindrance to him as Hacker. He has absolutely no fear right now, even with how far his bot lane is from him, knowing that the Snake going for that reset.
That's a consistent thing we can say from Hacker in this series. He has had no fear in terms of where he walks, what he does. Decade versus Allah on the top side. Decade, the one to flash away from Allah. Getting better of him on the K'Sante matchup. Maybe just took 3 games to do it.
Yeah, they just had to. He just had to get it back under his belt. Kind of remember the mechanics, get the muscle memory in order, I guess is the best way to put it.
Sure. I guess the muscle memory of K'Sante. I do wonder, though, if we can actually see Decade put any advantage, because I think that has been a big case for the other games, is the Renekton's have had a big influence in terms of target selection, things like that. With this very even top side of the map, does that change at all?
Oh, I think it does, because in the last 2 games, we saw Renekton's coming out of lanes with CS leads or, having gotten a few plays for themselves and always up in items. I think Allah will be able to be a lot more of a force this time around, staying even, and Decade shouldn't have as easy of a time finding access to the backline. But again, I feel like a lot's going to come down to how EDG actually end up playing out these fights. Doing a nice job of pulling this wave. We'll see if Decade sticks around.
Oh, he did stick around. Got Monkey coming. Oh, Q3 missing. Got the smoke screen, though. No CC to follow it up.
And that just is the story so far for Monkey, right? Go spot. Sadly, Vampire got hit by the Tango Barb, so he couldn't go for a handshake. Go top. Q3 misses, so not a whole lot of opportunities. And Ultra Prime, at this point in the game, seem completely fine with these, isolated 1v1s and 2v2s in mid and bot, because they're getting plates off it. They're finding gold and getting advantages.
And now that we have another dragon spawning, Ultra Prime are already point and present. They will be able to get a second dragon, which is actually pretty big. Looks like Monkey wants to come contest it, though.
Coming back, has a serrated Zerg now, so a bit more damage in his tool belt.
They're actually looking for the bot lane.
He's doing a nice job of just putting a lot of threat on EDG, pulling them down. It's going to give them the potential turn onto Drake right now. I like that 909 quickly went back to mid to push that out because maybe it gives an opening to where you can collapse on Hacker.
They did start up the dragon, immediately pulling off it. Now one to get caught moving around that lip there. Monkey, a little bit of speed at his back, trying to go bot side.
And now here we go, Dragons up, EDG moving menacingly towards the Tri-Brush. But guess what? On the opposite side of the map, Grubs are up as well. But oh, there we go,
Wait.
Dway moving forward.
Wait, hold on. I don't know if everybody just saw it, but we will see the engage here from Dway. But when Dway switched into the 4, he turns into the old icon of the ward, like the green lizard eye. That's hilarious. Anyways, TP coming in. That actually means that EDG want to take a big fight. Collateral damage used instantly. Allah is in there. He all outs the ulti, but it didn't matter. Oh my goodness, what a combo. It does mean EDG move in, take the dragon, split that one 1-to-1 for them, but Ultra Prime, they were looking like they could have died there, and they don't.
Yeah, they end up getting away. Still, though, you now have Decade alone in top. You did use that TP to get back up there. Maybe end up getting a plate off of it and, you know, having that in exchange for the dragon that just went down.
That's pretty big, though. Decade getting some side lane pressure here. At least in some way, shape, or form. Pretty sure Allah's going to be a little salty from ulting the clone, but
yeah.
we do have the Telegrubbies coming up here now. They are about to fall, though.
We're going to go back into the replay. I think EDG just feeling really confident being even in the fight. Really early collateral damage used by the Graves, and like you said, feels unfortunate being used on the clone. Yukai, Dway's ult, though, wouldn't have been able to fight it.
Wait, no, it wasn't used on the clone. It was the Fate's Call that pulled him back.
Oh.
Yeah, because I wanted to look, because the clone died as soon as he pushed Yukai back. Or at least the other angle, Dway. But yeah, it's actually the Fate's Call that saves his day. So Doggo, the Guardian Angel.
Ends up saving his support. Still, Dre probably could have lived, because he still had flash right. Worst case, gets all outed into the pit, flashes over the wall. But does save him a summoner as Monkey.
Oh my god, Yukai does so much. Oh no!
Dead?
Oh, Monkey, that's going to be a flash you want back 10 out of 10 times. They do get one back, though. They get a kill. Vampire almost going down. Dway's going to flash away, though. He makes it back. 0909 definitely overextended. He's going to flash himself. Doggo's going to follow him right back, and he's going to pull that right out of his heart. Now Snake is going in. What is going on? Snake is putting him down. That Snake's got venom, and you ain't got nothing to deal with it.
This fight is not stopping, and we absolutely love that. I think the regret's going to be coming out for Dway. Ends up dying to, like, one auto. Could have been a massive play, though, had he been able to get that off. More action topside.
Yo, Allah is getting a huge series of combos here against Decade. Hits the Q3, doubts it for a second, and backs off.
Yeah, sadly not going to be able to find any more, but at least the recall coming out from Decade is going to give him some pressure to be able to get this next wave in. Might even set up for EDG to go for the Herald, but Monkey right now just safely farming away on his bot side.
And as Calm comes across, we do have a Rift Herald on the other side with a Dragon coming up in about 2 minutes' time. So pressure in mid lane is important. But as we look at the state of the map, EDG have so much vision control around the bottom side. They will want to try to transition some of this towards that Rift Herald.
We also see that the Snake somehow once again found the CS advantage that he had earlier before he lost it. Has the Blade of the Rune King first, and just a lot more items coming out for EDG, right? Malignance onto 0909, Ghostblade, Sunfire. I think they're feeling really confident right now if Ultra Prime would choose to challenge around Herald.
I think a big issue, though, is we've already seen Yukai pumping out massive damage, and I feel like against a very squishy comp like EDG have, this way is actually going to go so insane. And I think as time goes on, we'll see that unfold, but EDG trying to take the moment, at least, and take Rift Herald.
I think it should still actually be hard for Yukai to find a meaningful impact if EDG can play around their comp correctly. Like, it's going to be really hard for them to ever actually kill him or find threat on him. But that doesn't really matter, right? They should have more DPS if they're taking out Ultra Prime's like lesser frontline before Casante's going down. Sure, Uakai will keep being annoying, but as long as they can win the fight, kill the other 4 and turn that into a Baron, turn that into a Dragon, right? That's all that'll matter for EDG.
Gotta take momentum when they can. First items pretty much for everybody now on EDG's side. Uh-oh, Ultra Prime. They're looking for a finicky play.
I like this. Again, when I like the play pattern from how EDG's comp goes into Ultra Prime, I think looking for some of these cheekier kills and some of these picks when you have a Nico support makes a lot of sense.
It's a good idea that they backed off because there were 4 people collapsing them. So good timings there, but we have about 15 seconds for the Dragon.
Ultra Prime getting saved by the fact that their allowance came in. Because the reason they backed off is because Dway had enough money to buy Rocket Belt. But that's good, right?
Nice.
Dragging it up in 4 seconds. Now Dway going to have more onus to hopefully find access onto the snake.
They are just going to start it up now. Got a decent amount of damage on it as well. Oh, that's a deep flank, and that is Decade coming in. He will have Dominus. Got to get Ala here too. He's going to TT, but they've already pulled the trigger. Pop Blossom out of 2. They found the snake. Is he going to get bailed out? No. And now the spiraling despair has come for EDG as Ultra Prime caused them to completely go kaput. Dragon goes over 2, and that's 2 in a row. And Ultra Prime, they make the move.
Ultra Prime doing a great job finding the angle. I love the decisiveness of the play. I love when teams, like you can tell that Ultra Prime went into that knowing what they wanted to do because of how early Decade's TP was coming out. Just a lot of small things going right, which leads to them getting that next Dragon.
Pretty big. And an Infernal Soul as well, having 2 dragons up. Nicely done. Ultra Prime, they were decisive, and it showed. Mid lane turret, not gonna get it down just yet. The minions gonna do the heavy lifting, and we'll get the turret taken. The first one of the game for Ultra Prime.
Seems like EDG were thinking about trying to find a kill on the Decade with Ala only getting tankier with that Sunfire. Hell, Ala even has a bit of a bounty, which is kind of funny. If he ever does end up going down. The Herald play coming onto mid for EDG.
Remember, no might, but they do have a decent amount of damage to follow it up. They're able to get the charge in, but nothing else, and so the turret still stands while EDG are looking topside.
I gotta be honest, I'm a bit surprised we haven't had a replay of the last fight. I've been in the mindset. Oh, God. I just lost the mindset. I just got out
right
of it.
into it.
I just got out. Now it's too far. Point is, look how much earlier Decade was able to come in. The Tangle Barbs connect from the Nico. Instantly goes in, and they don't even need to use Doggo's ult to throw him in, right?
We're going live, though, baby. We got a double Pop Blossom to boot and Ultra Prime. They're just jumping as Doggo does from kill to kill and from strength to strength. Monkey will just fall to the minions, and Hacker gets the kill.
Ultra Prime, forget what I said earlier. We don't need to break the glass for any Rammus memes because, my God, they're starting to find these picks that they've been looking for. Almost a 3K gold lead already, and they're being very proactive, right? I mean, hell, the fact that we went right into that replay, come out already, 2 kills going across the board, seems that they have a good idea of what they're looking for.
And I hope we get a replay of that one, because when we came into it, there was already a ton of damage done on the Monkey.
Oh, okay, I guess maybe a bit too much credit saying Ultra Prime are looking for proactive plays. EDG being the ones to start this off. But look at all the damage that came out from the wave before he went down into another beautiful engage from Dway, where he doesn't need to rely on his bliss and just able to find the angle. Sure, EDG did already overcommit into enemy territory, which led to that. But overall, nice stuff coming out from Ultra Prime. And hell, it seems like that Uakai is going to become a lot more of a problem than I figured, just based on some of the mistakes that EDG are making.
Some of that squishiness coming to bite EDG a little bit in that regard, and Uakai getting stronger and stronger. He already he has the Seraphs completed there as well, just with the amount of spamming you can do with it. And that's going to be a pretty good adaptation to think of in terms of Ultra Prime playing around Yukai. Also having consistency through Hacker, who I think now showing a little bit of that consistency on the Xin Zhao over what maybe is the double-edged sword of the Graves for Monkey.
Wow. I actually think one of the most telling things about this game is 80 carries and how who has more gold just keeps swapping back and forth, because the Snake's been able to find advantages. Then when he over-rotates, Doggo was bringing it back. Then the Snake found another CS lead. But now Doggo's actually up in items. After the kills, he's been able to pick up, finishing off that Ginsu. So Ultra Prime, who were probably going to start feeling a bit sheepish. EDG, who were feeling confident, like we saw from their earlier TPs and earlier team fights that they were looking for. Things have completely flipped, and it feels like Ultra Prime at a 2-item spike is a lot more threatening than EDG.
And I love that EDG were playing around with the draft a little bit. They definitely gave themselves a tough out with the Callista being let through. They thought maybe they could find answers, but if you give Callista to Doggo, I think it's going to be a difficult time if he's feeling confident and comfortable. And now with those kills, he's definitely going to be. I think this is a guy that, again, has had a bit of a rough track record since his time on BLG and his entrance into the LPL.
I agree, and that's one of the reasons why I said I feel like this time around, despite Ultra Prime's scoreline of 2-12, it felt like he looked more comfortable than he did, last time he was around. But now Ginsu's finished up for the Snake, so 80 carry itemization is going to be on point. Last fight, it felt like Jue was really the one to find the big angle. So he's the player I want to keep my eyes on. They haven't need to rely on Doggo's ult to throw him in. It's always been to save him once he's found the play himself.
They already started up the Dragon here. TP coming in from 0909. Dragon going very low. You got to try to get Monkey here, but he's not even in the pit yet. He's trying to get there, but he can't. That's already the third Dragon. And Pop Blossom! Oh my god, again! Ultra Prime do the business. They do get one soloed out there, because Hacker got all outed by Ala. Now Ala with the Ghost. He can look for an angle, but a nice fear from Yukai. Decade looking a little bit worse for wear. The speed up from Yukai. You see why this champion can be so lethal in a mechanically minded mid laner.
Helps him get away. 0909 was almost able to sit up for the pick to come through with the Mantra Q and getting that slowdown, but sadly it wasn't enough. I'm actually a bit surprised that Ultra Prime didn't win that fight harder, but they did get themselves on soul point with an Infernal Soul. So you can see here, Monkey nowhere even close once the Dragon goes through. And Hacker wants to start it off, gets the knock up onto the Graves, and it leads to another huge ult coming out from the Nico. But it was actually the Renata. It was Vampire making it so that no one else on Ultra Prime can really follow up and actually capitalize off the big ult from Jue.
And I think you see the strength of the double enchanter, the Karma plus Renata, right? It becomes so difficult to kill people in those fights when you have them both on top of each other. And that beautifully timed hostile takeover from Vampire during the Pop Blossom. Very, very good. But now they are still on the back foot. Even though it's only about 2,000 gold, you got to start thinking of what comes in the future, because you're going to have to fight for a soul, at least to deny Ultra Prime.
Now we see Haunting Guys getting picked up by Yukai, so it seems like he's starting to realize, hey, especially at a point, Ala's going to be someone who's going to be a big threat. Right now, Ala's only itemizing into armor, so not really caring about Yukai, just the other major damage threats on Ultra Prime, but it could come back to bite him with how much work Yukai's been putting in. 6 stacks on the Dark Steel already.
See, actually, a back trying to be completed by EDG here. I don't know if Ultra Prime is going to necessarily let them do that. They do get one off, and maybe Monkey will make it out as well. Ultra Prime were just trying to flex themselves a little bit more out on the map, try to get some of this vision out, but it's really a waiting game here. And we hit those second items, those third items. We just got second item for Monkey, but the next fight's going to have a lot more firepower behind it.
Probably still a little bit away from the next. I hope I jinxed that. Yeah, we're still a long time away from the next fight. As EDG trying to get vision control over top side for now. Baron's up, so it makes a lot of sense to start hovering around this. Right now, Ultra. That damage is huge.
It is, and that's the play. And now Monkey, even with the redemption, even with the shielding, even with the double marksman comp or double enchanter comp, and I guess double marksman comp, can't do it. Can't stick in and needs to back away a little bit. Can have a lot of at least sustain through the jungle though.
Still, though, this means that EDG is still going to be completely blind around that top side. Ultra Prime with Yuukai and Jue were able to defend their vision, so EDG still going to be in the dark. Oh, Monkey.
They are getting wrapped around on by Ultra Prime a little bit. Decade didn't pull the trigger down there. It was a little bit on his lonesome. But I love these two teams. They're literally just holding out, trying to see if anybody oversteps and waiting for the next dragon.
Yeah, it's a bit rough, right? I think both Ultra Prime and EDG not too comfortable with putting their mid laners inside. I think for Karma, it's a little bit more fine, right? Having that shield to be able to run away easily. But it means we're just having a lot of hovering around mid, trying to keep vision control over River, but neither team feeling like they really have a reason to full commit to a fight with no easy objective up.
And I think, especially now that we are getting within that minute range of the dragon and trying to see a little bit of the movement towards that way, I expect Ultra Prime to try to catch somebody in transition here. It looks like they were already trying to move for that, but they will just use that mid priority to move down.
And I think a lot's going to be on EDG in this next fight. Ala playing, you know, far enough forward to where there isn't much threat on the other guy's Vampire. I think playing a little bit more back. So even if an engage from Jue comes down and does catch out someone like maybe Monkey or one of the carries again, you're still always in a position to throw out that hostile takeover like we saw last fight. So I think positioning a lot more important to EDG to make sure that they can take these fights.
Ooh, Hacker puts himself out there a little bit. Way trying to look for an angle. Oh, the all-out coming through. That is going to be the Crescent Guard used. A lot of ultis used there. Redemption, huge heal to EDG, and they're going to be ready to go right back into the fight. Decent amount of damage being done by Yuukai. This is Soul for Ultra Prime. They need to get this secure to get out. Pop Blossom on to 3, and Ultra Prime, they're looking for it. Monkey is fighting back, though, and Ultra Prime, they get the Infernal Soul, but they might just lose their lives for it. Hwei is doing work, but they can't get much more. They just get the 1 kill back. They get the dragon, but EDG get kills.
Yeah, EDG, they take the fight, and it's because Ultra Prime were so split, right? Some people finishing Dragon, some people looking for the engage like Jue, but this is going to turn into a Baron. I don't think Yuukai and Doggo have any right with Decade to try contest this, but it looks like they might. We know Hwei is
The health bars.
AoE.
The health bars, they're not so healthy.
Actually,
Decade's coming
I
over
think
here.
they could do this.
Yuukai, he's here. They do get the Baron, but can they kill some of the Baron buffs? Decade might have just sacrificed his life there. He does dodge out of the piercing arrow. Doggo's hopping forward. Yuukai's got some distance. Chains of Corruption gonna be flashed out of, but he couldn't get the distance on the other execution, and that is EDG making it out with a bunch of purple capes.
Still, though, I think for Ultra Prime it actually could have ended worse with Decade potentially going down with how dicey it got. Sadly for Ultra Prime not able to find any kills of their own. We're going to go all the way back in the replay. It's like, okay, Ultra Prime wanting to go for the Dragon, Wait, looking for the engage, I think wanting to make sure that Graves couldn't come in and Decade paired alongside him. But it meant that he just got taken down so easily by the hostile takeover. I'm pretty sure hostile takeover only ended up hitting him and one other member. So it wasn't even that crucial of one for EDG. But still, it just meant Jue ended up being separated and EDG could take the fight.
And they will take that fight every single time. Now you have to worry about the Infernal Soul, though, for Ultra Prime. They'll have a lot more poke to a squishy comp. They can navigate that, though. Ala is having a massive performance on the K'Sante, I feel like. A lot of moments going his way. They are moving into the mid lane as Vampire could get spiraling despaired. Ian takes a brunt of damage, but they get a tier 2 turret.
Yeah, they're gonna keep going.
Oh my god.
EDG feeling so confident with the Baron, which is kind of surprising, considering the fact that they're contending with Infernal Soul.
We're gonna use a lot of the poke. And again, the double enchanter comp here.
Oh, that
Not
was
a Karma
huge.
comp is so big. You can poke so heavily with 0909. That'll be another tier 2 turret secured with this Baron buff. They go over 3,000 gold with the Baron buff, and that is a huge lead game.
Yeah, they're going to be able to keep going. Uakai not really going to be able to do much to sway this, and EDG might just get an inhibitor.
Oh, they overextend though. Monkey is very low now. The sustain might not be there. Oh, Decade. You gotta get out of there. He's trying to heal, but he gets pulled back to the brink, and Alla takes him out. Now, you got a little move in the, you got 35 seconds on the Baron buff for EDG, but they will move away after getting the inhib.
It just takes him so long to deal any, like, real damage to Alla ever since he was able to pick up that, the Jack show. So, now he's going to start making his way into some more magic resist now that he knows Uakai's being a problem, but EDG looks so comfortable. And the funny thing is, even with Infernal Soul going over, with 3 Infernal Dragons, it still feels like a very close game. That probably is going to be decided at Elder.
That's very true. And the fact that we're only 2 minutes away from that is actually insane because it literally can be game winning. The problem is for Ultra Prime, they still have a lot of base breaking to do, and they won't necessarily have the Baron buff that EDG had to get the permanent base breaking. But that fight is going to be difficult for Ultra Prime to approach because we see this composition, the double enchanters with the double marksmans, really coming online.
Looks like the Snake even just wanting to go for more tankiness himself. It looks like he's making his way towards the Jack show, realizing, hey, as long as I can survive, I'm going to out DPS my counterpart. Which is kind of funny to think about when Doggo and the Snake have been like going the same build up until this point. It's like they're both kids with Nintendo 64s who have all the same games, but sadly, Doggo has a little bit better of a TV, which is Infernal Soul.
I
Infernal
thought you
Soul
were
makes
gonna
a
go with
great
like
TV.
controller, like you know the old like gold controllers for like
Ooh.
N64, like the cool
Yes.
ones. You had like the clear ones too.
I never had any of those cool ones. I was
I
never that
didn't
kid.
either. Yeah, I just had like the gray. I think I had one of the like purple ones, right? Like the original purple
Yeah.
ones. Good times. Taking back. Anyways, we do have the split lane focus right now. They have Monkey as the splitter because he is very good at taking the turrets and clearing waves as the Grave.
Oh, this karma damage keeps just
It's
absolutely
nuts.
slapping Uakai.
And that speaks to 0909 developing in the series. The first Karma game from him, it was rough. But it's definitely a scaling EDG in this series as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job at connecting those. Uakai's been a little bit of a Mantra Q magnet in the past few standoffs. And now, we've done it. We've sieged down turrets. EDG built up a bit more gold. But this is where it's all going to come down to. This Elder. So both teams scrambling to finish off items. Morello finished up for Jway. So going to try and deny a bit of the sustain that's going to be coming through. But Crypt Bloom finished for 0909, which feels like a more important spike in my mind, especially if I've already been seeing the damage he's been doing in these face-offs so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be so ridiculously strong in this next fight. But Elder is up. Uakai and the rest of Ultra Prime are in position. Oh, whoa, they just go for it. Okay, collateral damage immediately utilized. Ultra Prime, they are trying to gain position into the Dragon Pit, but it's only Decade that makes it in there. He's going to have to be careful. He wants to try to get out of the back of the pit here. Ultra Prime move through the bottom side. And we'll be able to contest from this angle.
EDG, I love they're threatening the push mid. They already have supers and bots, so they can just stall time and try and get the most value out of their minions as they can.
0909 stepping up with the Mantra Q. Uakai takes a huge amount of damage. Now Alla is moving forward. Elder Dragon might be the focus for EDG, but it looks like the fight engaged. Spiraling Despair, Pop Blossom, everything going the way of Ultra Prime,
Olive!
but they have to stay alive because Alla is their Elder Dragon. Will do it. The flaps start coming, and EDG, they are panicking. They are running, but the fire hits them all the same.
Ultra Prime end up coming out huge with the fact that they get the dragon, but their base is still in tatters. So they actually don't get to turn this huge win into much, right? They salvage themselves. They're going to be able to start pushing forward. But it's going to be about how EDG can dodge the fight. Can EDG prevent themselves from getting engaged on while this Elder buff is up.
They have Elder and Infernal Soul. They have to be able to use this. We look back.
It was so rough for EDG to start off with. Ala goes in, tries to buy space, and then finish off the Dragon. But look how low he gets taken so early on. And then you factor that in which way, finding this Pot Blossom onto 0909 and the other members. It's like, hey, Ala's already running away. EDG has to get out of there, and then they can just keep this chase going. And look at the bottom left-hand side of our screen. They are going to be able to convert it into a Baron. So now there's going to be a little bit of time where Ultra Prime have everything. They have the wave clear, they have the damage. They should just be able to do whatever they want.
The question was, how do you do enough damage to take down this very stalwart composition from EDG? They do not go down easily. One thing that helps that is a big ol' execute. And we see that now coming through for Ultra Prime. I do expect them to continue pushing the pace here if they can. They have the Baron up for another 2.5. The question is, though, once you lose the Elder, you go right back to a tough position.
Yeah, then it's actually, yeah, this game might still not be decided for another few minutes. You can even see, I think, the way that EDG are posturing. They know they need to be defensive. If they even need to give away a few structures, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. I mean, hell, they've already put Ultra Prime's base in tatters. If they can save their inhibs, I think that would be a huge win for EDG, but Ultra Prime are going for the push.
They was looking for it. Now Ultra Prime onto an inhib in mid lane. They still have almost 2 minutes on the Baron buff. They will take down this inhib easily. They don't have any other waves really in his position except for bot lane getting that way. Looks like they will just take what they can get and back away.
So they just get the inhib. EDG giving up what they can, but ooh, actually looks like Ultra Prime not wanting to lose momentum, turning the bot. Crit Bloom just bought by Uakai.
TP right back. They still have the buffs. They do not have the Elder any longer, though, it looks like. And they will try to get this in. They still have a minion wave on its way. EDG, they need to respond to mid lane, though.
Yeah, Decade so far is just being a hindrance. He needs to be careful, though. He doesn't have flash, so if an engage did come through, they could isolate him and then have a 5v4.
This is literally mirroring what EDG were able to do in Ultra Prime's brace not that long ago. Both these teams giving us a banger of a series. As Uakai is starting to do some work himself on that 4th item. This is the kind of series we expected between Ultra Prime and EDG. Chaos filled to the brim.
It like was and wasn't. I expected chaos and I expected 3 games, but I think the kind of chaos and especially how decisive or like one-sided those last 2 games were in either direction were some shocks. But I guess that makes the series better, right? Because we got some of what we expected, but there were still enough surprise twists to keep you invested.
This game's twisting gold graph is going to be very interesting. I mean, the lead has literally just gone back and forth in like 4 or 3K lead swings. And I would very much like to see what that looks like. We are starting to get to full items for multiple members. So I think it all comes down to execution from here, Lyric.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, when we're this far into the game, even things like we see now, right? Hacker showing on the side or Monkey showing on the side, that can open you up to get engaged 5v4, and then suddenly a pick comes through. EDG were hoping to do that, but the Spiraling Despair of the state prevented any action from being able to come through for EDG.
Red buff secured by EDG. They make it out alive. There's nothing else to fight for Ultra Prime. We still have a long while till those buffs are coming up. The next one that will be is the Elder Dragon. But Ultra Prime want to put pressure on the opposite side of them. We're going to go for a tier 2 tower up here.
Yep, Ultra Prime want to do that, and I also want Ultra Prime to do that because this is the time. This is where we start. No, okay, it's not the time, you know? Uakai's decided we still need another few minutes. So, 1 minute from now, EDG, Ultra Prime, we're having the game-deciding fight. The better team wins, and then we all, you know, move forward because our next series is in Shenzhen. So, you know, we are, of course, going to be running on a bit of a delay. So this is where the fight needs to happen, Mazel. Make these teams do it. Ultra Prime, EDG, let's go.
Fight night is upon us. The battle for the wooden spoon, the ultimate battle, will be had and will be done in front of the Elder Dragon Pit. Ultra Prime need to find a way not to get pressed in their face here
Yukai.
by EDG. Yukai will have to back away. He does not have TP. More Mantra Qs coming down, and Dragon's already coming up. Ala wants to stop the backs, and he does successfully. Now Ultra Prime, they'll be down a member.
Let's see what EDG can do. It seems like they're doing their due diligence, wanting to push out mid first because it is a super minion wave, and they don't want to have to be distracted with that. But this might buy enough time for Yukai to get here before anything meaningful can break out.
Elder is already going down very heftily. Ultra Prime, they need a big engage. They need a big moment. The Tangle Barb is not going to hit. The hostile takeover does. Chains of Corruption onto Toe. Totally, completely missing the Pop Blossom. Multiple flashes utilized. Ultra Prime, they're starting to lose a lot of the tools. Yukai is all by himself in the back. Doggo's starting to kite. You got to watch out. The all-out coming through from Ala. Yuikai's trying to take down the Elder. Elder secured by EDG. They have the fight, and they'll take it to Ultra Prime. Everyone's gone but Yukai, and the TPs to mid lane signal the end.
The formation for Ultra Prime just really wasn't there. One of your big carries in Yukai not able to deal damage. So it opens up for EDG to win the fight, and now this should be the win for EDG.
Yukai is going to be kicking himself. He had to be there, and he was not. His team didn't have time to not fight without him. And in a season that we've seen Yukai have some of the brightest moments for Ultra Prime, they are also shadowed by incredibly disastrous ones. EDG, though, they rise from the bottom. They will claim victory, and 0909's first series here in this split will end up in a 2-1 victory.
Nice for EDG again. Both these teams were out of playoffs, so this just was for pride. This was just to make sure that you are showing the best you can bring towards the end of the season. Nice by EDG, who still have JDG left to play as their last series. And yeah, a bit sad for Ultra Prime because the moments were there. That game one stomp, I mean, it happened. Like, Ultra Prime showed that they could contend and they could win, but EDG pulled through in the end.
They do indeed. As EDG take a bow, it was not a clean series by any means, but anytime you can find victories for this squad, I think it's very important for a team that's seen so many trials and so many tribulations.
Yeah, but you know, Mazel, again, we're behind. We got to get to our next series, so we're going to go to a break, and we will be right back after this.
era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL and right back into the action. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and we are kicking off our second series of the day in Shenzhen. It's NIP versus RA. Opposite score lines. 9-4 for NIP at the top of the table. 4-9 for RA at the bottom of the table. Try to make it into it.
Yeah. Seems like just going to take a second, having some issues to get right back into game. But yeah, it's a fun one. Kind of looking at the drafts, right? Having things like the Aatrox, which we weren't really seeing in that first series, which is a little bit weird. And, you know, we don't have to talk about draft without having the game on our screens because we are already back.
Yeah, so let's talk about some key points. I think Nio has been not the brightest spot for RA in a rookie season. When you have the likes of Milky Way on the other side fanning the flames, it's a little bit difficult. I think him and Vikla have had some really rough combinations there, but now with the Xin Zhao and the Ahri, very important for them to get that off the ground running here in this series. On the other side, there's a lot of praise to be thrown around on that side.
Yeah, it's been weird, right? Because I think especially with NIP being consistently high in the standings, obviously they've been one of the teams that have been facing a lot of criticism. The F word being thrown their way quite a bit. But at the same time, I don't know.
Want to elaborate on that?
Come on, it's fraud. Everyone knows it. It's thrown around so much. It's thrown around left, right, center. You know, you could be the best team in the world. You're going to get called it. And, like, I understand, right? Because when you look at NIP's roster, you'd probably expect them to be able to do more, especially with the rookie, like, look a bit cleaner. But at the same time, they still have looked more convincing than some of the other teams in the middle of the pack who've looked just as dicey. Now, rookie on the Taliyah, Aki on the Vi. I think there's a lot of potential for them to make this 2v2 work, especially when we have hyper carries on both sides. So it's actually going to be fun, right? How Nio, Vikla, Aki, rookie can set up Assume or Photic to take over the game.
And apparently bot lane's just not going to have a fun time for the side of NIP. What I was going to talk about is something I always love to point out for NIP is the combination of Rookie and Photic. The last time we saw these two guys together led to one of the most powerful splits V5 had ever seen. And obviously a little bit down the road, a bit different. But I think these two guys have really shown that they work so well as a double carry duo for this team so far this year.
I think Photic and Joie are in like a weird place where they're not. You're right. They're not a Jackie Love Mako, not a Ruler Missing, and Elk on, but they've been around the league for a while. They're very consistent, and yeah, it just provides like a nice pillar for NIP to lean on. But I do feel like in some recent series we have seen them struggle a little bit more. It was Rookie Naki who really stepped up in their last series against RNG. Is Rookie might go down to Vikla.
Speaking of, he might have stepped up a little too far. The double flash comes through.
Not able to find it. That was so close. I mean, hell, I just said right. Rookie being one of the people who led to their victory against RNG. Vikla looking to shut that down early, off the back of a rookie mistake.
And that's where, you know, the elephant in the room has been the addition of Shanti and Aki, the OMG topside duo, coming over to NIP and actually having a ton of influence. I think during the mid-season, they were the engine that drove this NIP roster.
Yeah, I feel like they've had like NIP is so weird because they're also another team that we've seen individual moments of brilliance, but also a lot where they faltered, and like some of their wins really coming on some like coin flip fights, coin flip endings. And I guess a convincing win over RA is something you want to see from NIP heading towards playoffs. Is Photic getting engaged on?
2v2. Photic is in some trouble. We get the tongue lash there too. Assume one more rocket, not gonna be enough. Almost gets him.
And right, I love seeing the aggression come out from the Tahm Kench being paired up with a Jinx who could follow up with the range. They're just making it so hard to play this 2v2, having to recall again. They're going to be able to push in this wave, deny some minions, maybe even get a plate for themselves. And all of this is with Assume starting, like, having a cull and, you know, playing to min-max, get more gold, and get to those break points quicker.
Which is kind of funny to me in terms of, like, the confidence of the matchup itself. I think Zora and Assume can be pretty confident in the early parts of this matchup. I do wonder if Photic can actually come online later on the Zeri. But as we get to the first objective trades here, it looks like Aki's going to be a little bit behind the ball, but it will just be the grubs for the Dragon trade.
Yeah, we'll see if NIP can get this started and finished in time. Seems like Nio is going to commit to all the grubs because there was a chance where Right could have done too, start making their way down, deny NIP even the opportunity of doing Drake. But their bot lane duo. Okay, so Assume's going to back off the mid. I was wondering if their bot lane duo would try to be an annoyance and try to buy time for Nio to get here, but it seems like RA are completely fine with giving up this first trade.
Not going to be any contest just yet, so we do get that in-depth trade of the 3-for-1. I guess in that regard, Grubs feels better, right? Numbers go higher, feels better to get the 3-for-1 trade.
You know, it would depend. It'd be like if someone said, hey, do you want to trade 3 $1 bills for a $5 bill? The person with the $5 bill would be getting the worst of the trade, right?
3 bugs for a dragon? I think somebody would really want a dragon instead of
exactly. So I guess the point is, NIP trading up.
No, they were in the
isn't
last
point.
game. They were in the last series. Come on, we're in the second series.
And you know it's weird because there aren't 3 series tonight, which is throwing my brain off, right? Because I expect us to do this and then to come back for another one, or what we don't know will happen yet is we're gonna play out this series and then something's gonna happen right afterwards. We're like, let's just do it again. Let's just do it again. NIP, RA, run it back.
It's fine.
Maybe RA will win, and NIP will be like, no, we are in playoffs. You are not allowed to win. We're doing it again. And then the ref will be like, wait, what's going on? And then it'll be Photic who turns to them and says, this is our arena. If we want a do-over, we get a do-over. And then we play the series
We're going
again.
too far down the rabbit hole here. We got into a whole other dimension of play as we do see flashes being traded. At least Xiao shoots flash. Top lane was the focus for NIP. Nio is up here now. Was not spotted just yet, I believe. Actually, I think he was.
Yeah, looks like Vikla, though. He's been hovering towards Aki for a while now, and no, in the end, just backing off the side, and they don't want to try to do anything. Makes sense because they know that Joa has recalled and could expect him to already be making his way either around mid or around top side. So I think right call by RA to back off in the end. And very, very tame first few minutes.
It really is. That being said, it's probably about to turn on here pretty soon. Aki looking for Xiaoshu, and so is Zhuo. As the cease and desist comes down, you will have all the CC layered in as well as the all-out, and Xiaoshu will go down first blood for NIP.
Gonna be a solid kill, right? Getting some gold onto your tank to try and get K'Sante to that point where, I mean, hell, we saw in the last game, right? It was so hard for Ultra Prime to deal any damage onto Ala. But not setting up your carry force to take over the game just yet, and RA still have been having their way in terms of the 2v2. We could see that with the CS lead that Assume has.
A lot of movement from RA down to the bottom jungle of NIP. And that's something I kind of want to focus in on for RA is the combinations on paper look really good. The Nio Vikla combo, the carry potential for Assume in this one, and Xiaoshu's entrances into flanks. But do they just need to find that execution and be able to win this game with this comp?
Because barring any early mistakes when we're talking about a team like RA, I feel like going into the mid game, like team fights can be very even and come down to execution. But at the same time, NIP, Vikla, not land anything. But I think NIP have a lot more opportunities, right, to create things like numbers advantage, obviously with the buy and the Talia. So I think there's potentially a bit more room to play around for NIP. But still, I mean, when you have a Jinx on one side, you have a Zarya on the other, you know, you have a bunch of bruisers / tanks on either side. Yeah, it's going to be all about how they play out through the 5v5s.
Couple plates going bot side for Assume. It's big. We do have the Telegrubbies episode 2 being started. Let's see if RA hogs the television again. We'll be moving that way here.
And there we go. The flick back commences as Scuttlecrab going down in Topside River. What will the Scuttlecrab do? He will die as he accepts and waits for reincarnation.
A nature documentary now.
Yes. You know, I've never thought about it, but is it the same Scuttlecrab that respawns every time?
I don't think so. I think it'd be a new Scuttlecrab.
I feel like
'Cause
there
if
would
it's
at
the
least have to
same
be
one,
two.
Then that is torture, and that should not be allowed. Okay. 1v1 turning into a 2v1, turning into a 2-on-2, turning into a 3-on-1, and RA are running away from NIP, but they ain't running far enough. A double kill for Shanji.
And that's where it comes from, right? We said the potential to create numbers advantages and start finding those picks. NIP doing it beautifully with the Weaver's Wall. Being able to get up there so Aki and Rookie can support. But still, it's leaving the spot lane 2v2.
Lightning crashes down bot side. Now they're trying to take down Zora, but he's a tanky Tom Kenshin. Can't pop the trade health in time, I guess. But it's Assume trying to take down Zhuo. He might get the rocket, but he can't do it. He also does not have the ulti as it was used preemptively in that fight.
Okay, so kill going over to NIP. NIP also picking up 2 grubs for themselves. I wonder if Assume's going to try and get a plate. Then maybe it ends up being fine, but probably would just value maybe the tempo for the reset. No. Instead deciding to go for Dre. But look, Sundered Sky coming out for Aki, and Shanji actually TPing in.
Kashanji has arrived. He has 3 kills on a signature champion of his, but also really having a good time in the one-on-one matchup against Xiaoshu. I guess it didn't really make a one-on-one since we've had Aki up there consistently, but this is how it started.
Yeah, sadly, Xiaoshu not going to be allowed to get that 1v1. And for anyone who hasn't really followed RA, Xiaoshu definitely the standout player on the squad. Gets taken down by the amount of people here. Aki with the ult, but then Rookie is able to follow up 2 beautiful seismic shoves to make sure that the kill is guaranteed. And, you know, we're going to get this replay if they find the kill, but the thing I actually want to highlight out of that top lane replay is just how big the K'Sante is now, because he's already on an item and a half where the Aatrox is still only sitting on the Brutalizer. So I really feel like we're going to start to see some of the ramifications of what's been happening in
my
topside, you know, now that we're going to start seeing these teams have these face-offs.
We end up getting the 3-for-3 grub trade. Mayo pops the Crescent Guard, but he doesn't have a saving grace to hold on to. He goes back into 4. Vicla's going in to try to help him, but Rookie claims the kill, his first of the game.
Finally getting one great game for Maki so far, being involved in almost every kill that NIP have found. And it's weird, right? Because we're starting to pick up the pace. NIP's starting to just pick RA off one by one. But the tempo, the vibe of the game still feels very calm, very serene.
If you're a RA fan, maybe not so serene in this regard. I did get first sight of their completed for a couple members of RA, so at least they'll have some fight back. The Malignants and the Kraken Slayers completed. And I think you look at the side of NIP and it gets so scary. As time comes to a head, we do have a Rift Herald spawning very soon. Photic has completed his static shiv as well. NIP are already in place to contest this.
Oh wow, assumes the lead over Photic is pretty much similar to what Shanji has over Xiaoshu. So evening it out in a sense. I wonder if Assume's sitting on any gold right now. We did just get the static shift completed for Photic, so gonna bring a bit more presence with that wave clear and be a little bit more self-sustaining in that mid lane.
Thought maybe the back line gets stopped there, but actually it does get stopped. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the Rift Herald's already going down in NIP, so they just take full advantage of that one. They have so much strength up here on the top side. Vikla has been trading pretty well into Rookie consistently this game, but just can't find sticking power.
No, not able to get anything done, and we've seen Rookie, for the most part, for the past 5 minutes, has stuck moving around with Aki, with, you know, Shanji at times. So not even ever really giving an opportunity for Vikla to find an angle. And now just going to be able to make do with the fact that they've got this Herald. And NIP, they don't want to stop looking for the action.
Oh, he's going to pop the Crescent Guard in beautiful timing there, but it might not be enough. Now Vikla's moving in. They got Rookie. Some resets coming in for Vikla. He's dodging, he's weaving, and he's finding kills. RA respond in kind to NIP.
It finally didn't matter that Rookie was surrounded by the squad. Vikla gets past them, finds the kills. This was the breath of life that RA needed. Now look at the gold. It's actually completely even.
NIP having a little bit of trouble there from the advantage point, but I think bright moment for Vikla, which has not been, I guess, a consistent thing in this split, but was a big moment to prove himself coming over to the LPL from the LCS. And you get little moments like this, you're like, he has incredible mechanics.
Yeah, look at that. Spirit Rush right past the other members of NIP makes it so that him and Io can find that first kill. And then with the Spirit Rush and the resets, he can just keep going to make sure that the second one comes through.
Really good stuff. Able to have Rookie's number so far in the lane.
You know who'd be jealous? Could be jealous of having Rookie's
yeah.
number? Jamada. I'll still never forget, I'll still never forget Jamada's wish of Rookie stepping on him. What a legend.
He just had to bring it back.
So you hear that, Jamada? You hear that? Vikla has Rookie's number, but you don't have Rookie's number. Just gotta try. Better luck next time, buddy.
Guess so. You gotta be a pro player. In LPL.
I did tell Jamada at some point that I was gonna bring that up again. So I'm glad we found the right
there
time.
There you go. You checked it off your list, I guess. Thanks. You're doing great. We do have a dragon coming out though. If that's any importance to you to check off your list, Lear, as would be a second dragon for either side.
Dragons are so last game. You know what I mean? This game, it's a lot more about the Scuttle Crabs, but to focus in on the dragons that don't matter. I mean, it feels like it should be hard if Shanji gets involved, but ooh, hit coming across.
He does have a little bit. Oh nope. I was gonna say he has a little bit of movement he could go with, but can't get out of there in time. NIP over the wall. Oh no, Vikla!
Rookie's seismic shoves have been so good this game. Like, he is hitting every single one.
And Kishanji's just doing Kishanji things, as he doesn't have any opposition to the top side because he got killed. So now he just takes a turret, goes back, does have TP, Rift Herald in the mid lane, will have a charge in as well.
I also want to remind you, right, because we obviously saw RA win the last skirmish that we had, but we still haven't seen Shanji be part of any of the fights. And that's where I feel like the disparity is going to become a lot more stark, and NIP actually being able to come out ahead.
I know our audience can't see it, but we just had a stat come up on our screen at 86% first turret win percentage for NIP. In a 9-4 season, that is incredibly impressive in terms of when they get their first turret. They did get first turret here, and we also got to see the Dragon go there.
Off to a great start. Again, NIP are already qualified for playoffs, so I think convincing performances is all you could really ask for as an NIP fan. And after this, NIP have two really tough matchups. So they get to play RA now. Cool. Hopefully they get their win. Next, BLG. After that, Top Esports.
Yeah, it's so difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. But hell, if they can find an upset win on either of those teams right before playoffs, what a huge confidence boost that would be.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that would be so gigantic. And, you know, you're leading it into it with an appetizer of RA. So if you can clean this one up and take him down, you're able to kind of use some of that confidence that we were talking about in the earlier series being so important. Maybe try to springboard into the playoffs for NIP, a place they definitely want to find some success. I feel like, you know, Rookie's been right on the cusp for so long. He's back with NIP. Maybe it's the year that they can make a run. If you get the turret in the bot side gone, it'll be a second turret for NIP taken out.
Potik just having no fear, even not completely knowing if Vikla was just going to wait around and make a cheesy play or not. I guess he doesn't have both Ghost and Flash still available, so with all that mobility, he really can be able to escape and just cause some problems. Baron's coming up in 18 seconds, which means vision control on top side is going to become more of a priority. And right now, it looks like NIP should be the ones pushing forward into RA's jungle.
We did get Runans completed there for Potik as well, and he's screaming out to mid lane, already there as well, just because of the speed you can have going through the walls as the Zeri. But those second items very important as well for Vikla with that Horizon focus. Baron is up, but really the compositions right now aren't tuned for taking a quick Baron. They are looking for picks, though, especially in IP, and that is their bread and butter with this Vi Talia comp.
Yeah, and even the Rakan, right? Just so much mobility to slip in and out. They have an idea that Nio's here and they're waiting for him to walk by, but Vikla knows. Look at the question mark pings on the minimap. Vikla knows exactly what is going on.
They have a Talia and a Vi. I know where they're at. Also spotted out, though.
I also want to point out that Assume's completely itemizing for the fact that he knows that Shanji's a huge threat, right? Lord Dom's second, so he knows he's going to have to be able to kill this Cassante if they want any chance of being able to take a fight. They have Vikla to be able to try to deal with Potik. Has Horizon focus, so even a bit more power for him.
I think the problem is with Assume is it's just so difficult. You can't run away as the Jinx. You just have to kill, right? And I think it's just very difficult to kind of navigate that when Shanji is just running at your face. And we'll see if that actually becomes the case. They do have some fallback. Obviously, Zora with the Devour, pretty big, and a little bit of peel back available there. They are now looking for the picks.
They're hoping to find something, but it doesn't, there isn't a whole ton of reason for NIP to actually go back towards topside because they were already the team that has semblance of vision control up there, right? We can even see some wards right here, right in the Wolf camp. And Dragon's coming up in a minute. So usually this would be NIP's turn to move to bot side like they've already done, get vision down to where RA would still be left trying to clear out that vision around top. So I think NIP making the correct move so far with the tempo that they had to be able to set up for what would be Soul Point. And another potential Infernal Soul.
Yeah, getting kind of lucky with the Infernal Souls tonight. They are definitely positioning around that way. They already have so much vision down there, too. They're redeploying Potik and Zhuo down the mid lane, get priority there. And they're already pushing into a tier 2 tower bot side as well. Thing is, though, there is a bit of a response from RA mid lane.
Ooh, bringing the Weaver's Wall.
Speaks like NIP want the response. Lightning crashes and things are starting to get a little bit hectic. as the AoE is really starting to kick it up. Botic flashing, getting killed, and then getting killed. As now NIP pushed back. Rookie is gonna get another big, huge seismic shove. And that is multiple members of RA biting the dust. Vikla, the only one left. It is NIP on to the Baron.
Yep, NIP says who cares about being on solo point. We're going to look to end this game earlier, than that should even matter. So huge play for NIP, even with Botic going down.
Gotta take a look at the setup of this one. RA smelled that something was coming, but the way that NIP can pick apart this fight.
Yeah, it started off with Shanji hitting that first Q3 to make sure that they could buy time for Xinjia to go down. And I'm a bit surprised that we didn't see the ult come out from Aki a little bit sooner to potentially try and help his AD carry stay alive. Probably wouldn't make a difference. Like you said, Rook eating some fantastic seismic shoves. I think we've seen that Shanji is not a threat that RA can deal with at this point in time. And now they have Baron. They could use that to get this prio in mid and might even just be able to contest this Drake right away. As Rookie even finishing off a Void Staff, so even having a bit more power behind this fight.
They're already here, too. I think that's the difficult thing for RA now. Moving
Vikla
in,
has
they
an
don't
angle.
have any priority. Yeah. Oh, Shanji. He is still the Kashanji, though. He is Kashanji as, Vikla had a nice angle. It's a decent amount of damage on the Rookie, but now RA have put themselves in a very difficult position. Aki already takes down Assume. They're under turret now. They're trying to get one more back, but the Weaver's Wall cuts them off. Now, NIP, they have a lot of damage to be done on the back end of these fights. RA know that. They back away. That is a dicey fight.
Okay, so NIP are just going to start off the Drake outright. I was going to say if they don't feel confident doing that, NIP can even just push their waves first, right? They have Baron. RA won't be able to answer, and then they could have just fallen back, taken that dragon while RA were still answering. But with RA backing off, looking for a bit of a cheesy pick, I want to see if they find it. I always love me a good brush play. A bad brush play, not so much. But a good brush play, I'm all for it.
I'd say you're pretty astute in that observation, my friend.
I mean, some people might love, terrible brush plays. Hell, I'm surprised that I don't. That sounds like something I'd be all for.
True, you're not wrong.
I gotta be honest. I gotta rethink it. Actually, I would love them. If
Bad
RA all
brush
wait in that
plays.
brush and then all of them die, couldn't say I wouldn't be pleased.
I think RA would be a little upsetty.
I mean, like, it could be the reverse. It could be NIP all in the brush and they all die.
True.
I'm not picking favorites here. I'm just saying I'm up for the play. Or the lack of play.
Or the left. This game was very tightly contested until it wasn't. I think Vikla's had some big moments, but now RA on the back foot. They are very heftily behind, and Nayo just wants to even that one up a little bit. Woe goes right back in. It goes straight to his death, but Vikla's already gone. And now that lightning crash might get that AoE damage that you need. Everyone's falling apart. And RA, they've been split like the atoms that they are. And NIP's got their scientist outfit on, ready to experiment all over it. NIP run away with it, and now almost 10,000 gold in the lead.
The only unfortunate thing for NIP is the fact that they had to wait for another wave to come before they could start demolishing through the space. 15 seconds on Nayo. I wonder if NIP can end.
Looks like they'll get one back off here and try to reset it. They take multiple inhibs. Top and mid are gone. Get the Zanya's completed for Rookie. And one more reset for NIP potentially if they want to look for a fight to end the game.
Not gonna see the replay here. I mean, NIP, of course, with the Baron, gonna look to siege on the tower. Nayo, like, looking for the play right, thinking, hey, maybe we can get on Rookie and take him down before anything goes wrong. They do end up getting Joa, but still, it just gives more space for Botic to be able to pop off, get the autos done. And my God, Aki especially diving in so deep to allow that to happen.
Whew, that was drunk. Oh,
Yeah.
right back to it.
Yep, NIP are not done with the death march forward. They're looking to finish this game, and this does feel like to me, it's what we wanted to see from them, right? A very decisive win. Sure, there were some moments there from RA early, maybe one or two like slight missteps, but Overall, I think NIP did a really good job. Again, Aki and Rookie really working well together. And Joao, once he started linking up with them, Shanji just got set up for success.
Yeah,
and this
he did.
man just cannot be bothered.
Anytime he gets Cassante, it's a scary fact. We have a tier 2 tower falling in bot side. The last inhib set in the sights of NIP. They were just hovering between the turrets there to try to find somebody to pick out. The tower falls. Is there anything that RA can do to stand up against the violence that NIP have wrought? The inhib does fall, and whoa, he turns that violence straight into RA as there's so much damage coming from NIP. That's one gone. Can they get a second? Make it a 2 for here. The Q3 actually doesn't hit for Shanji. And now they have the super minions in mid lane to try to push. Cease and desist there. Oh, Xiaochu's just gone. Shanji, he's looking for the Q3, can't hit it. They do get one back. Asun goes excited. Trying to get Rookie there. One Nexus tower falls. Botic has his sights set on a game win while NIP try to survive. He's going to take down the final Nexus tower. Now he's onto the Nexus itself. Ultra Shock Laser coming in, but NIP, they're just a couple autos away. Vicla's trying to take Rookie down, but the rest of his team is falling apart, and they find everything they needed. They find game one, and NIP go up 1-0.
Yeah, really nice game coming out from NIP. I mean, you said it right. The early game, close, but the second the picks started coming through from NIP, it was really just a one-sided affair.
It truly was an impressive performance from NIP. We got to see a lot of the strengths we've seen from them in the split flexed a little bit more in this series so far. We'll see if RA can bounce back for game number 2 after a short little break.
Don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL, and welcome back to our second series of the day. It's NIP versus RA. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and we're getting straight into game number 2. It was a shellacking for NIP, at least delivering it to RA in that game number 1. Split them atom by atom, I said, and then maybe looking to do so yet again with rookie seismic shoves. Really big in game number 1. They'll keep that strength in game 2, but let's talk a little bit of how this draft went. That was a first pick rumble for Shanji here.
Yeah, and everyone knows Shanji's Rumble, the thing you got to watch out for. 50 games on it in his career, a 68% win rate. The guy is 34 wins, 16 losses on the pick. And that kind of prompted me, especially after rookie Sasuke Talia, to check his Talia stats as well. 60% win rate in 40 games. Like, these are two champions you don't want to face as RA.
It's literally the perfect champion for rookie as well. It facilitates, but also has those big mechanical moments that can make the difference, right? It brings me back to thinking about like his Azir from the time on I guess V5 last time around, but even back all the way to IG and even top esports at some moments.
Yep.
But I think it provides so much of that give and take that rookie has been known for.
And looking at these comps holistically, right? I think when you compare and contrast them, RA should be favored in 5v5s if they can get into the mid game on even footing. That's not to say NIP doesn't have ways they can fight, right? Especially if you can like Weaver's Wall, funnel them in, Wall throw an ultimate, and then like layer a huge equalizer on top of it. That's what NIP will be looking for, but it'll be a lot more conditional. But with the Weaver's Wall, they still have that disparity in terms of being able to create numbers advantage, right? So having a bit more tools, RA, I think, going to rely on more stability early on. Get down some defensive vision, make sure Assume can farm up, and then, peel him with the Karma like we saw in our last series. Karma Rakan definitely can do a lot to make sure that the Zeri stay safe.
Just curious to see the kind of trades of the ADCs here and see if that actually pans out to anything. I think there were some particular moments early game that Assume had some good looks on the Jinx.
I mean, the 2v2, right? It was huge for RA in
Mm-hmm.
that last game. Zora and Assume really just outperforming, but looks like NIP spot lane might want revenge. But that wasn't it, Joel.
Yeah, that was not it. On the Nautilus here, a little bit of a change up from last time around. But I do want to check in on jungle pathing here because we had the opposite side starts for both these guys. A little bit of vision that was playing towards the information of
Look at
Nio.
the minimap. Nio was actually hoping to find a gank. He might still find it.
He has the angle into Shanji. Flashes are available. Wind becomes lightning. Shanji not wanting to burn the flash just yet. Under turret and gonna hit the flame spitter right back.
That is going to be pretty important with where the wave's at in terms of HP, but Aki's going to look to help him reset it.
I love this so much. Aki, he's here and he's
Oh!
in charge. Flame Spitter gets first blood, and now they turn right onto Nio as Aki makes the difference.
What a tragic start for RA. What a great start for NIP, and the kill even goes on to Shanji. Again, him on the Rumble. You love for him to be able to get that gold and start snowballing.
400 smackaroos as Vikla getting some smackaroos to the face there in terms of rocks.
Right? Even
Rookie
with
feeling a little bit of revenge.
Rookie not hitting the seismic shove there, it's completely fine because you just funnel him into your queue. So even the ones that Rookie doesn't hit, he's still hitting.
He's feeling a little bit of the anger from last game. I think Vikla had his number a lot, like we were saying, be able to call him anytime he wanted to on the Ahri. It sucks for you, Jamada. Anyways, but I think the interest is, can Vikla find consistency, right? And I think that's not something we saw from him when he was on FlyQuest for LCS. And that's not something we're going to talk about right now because Shanji able to turn the heads of RA after saving his flash.
Just the how calm he was. Like you say, not using that flash, knowing they could turn it around. They don't even care if Nio's here. Aki sees the angle to go for the counter-strike, and then Xiaoshu, honestly, maybe could have gotten away. Because when he started to run away, Shanji turned around, then he clicked once forward and gave the opening.
I wonder, was that a mind game from Aki? Because Aki, sidestepped after he counter-strike to maybe make Xiaoshu think he wasn't going to go for it, and then he flashes anyways. I love the little mind games that can be done in these two go head-to-head. But I think Aki even with some of those lackluster moments, this split has also had some incredible ones.
Yeah, had some good moments. We can see now in topside the boots of swiftness coming through for Shanji. Gonna make sure he doesn't get chained down by that Aatrox W. You can always look to escape. Or I guess
Oh my
maybe he doesn't
God.
care to escape. Maybe he's like, yo, I am just stronger than you right now. Looks for the all-in with the overheat damage coming out with the autos too.
I've been contemplating for a while, Lyric. I mean, you know, sitting here as play-by-play, thinking names. So we have Kashanji, but you know, 60% win rate on Rumble with a lot of games. That feels really good. So we got to kind of adapt his name a little bit. So I'm thinking Jumble.
No, just stop.
Does that work?
There's no way you're gonna make that work, and you're just gonna
Jumble.
you're just once again gonna make me point out that like the fact that Ender is now not casting League, you are the king of cringe in my mind, and you have
I
stepped
can't
up.
take that crown from him. I cannot. It's too lofty of a crown.
I do like Ender will always be the king of cringe, but right now, you know, not casting League of Legends, there needs to be a League of Legends.
There has to
cringe.
be a League of Legends.
And
cringer.
I'm just saying, with that name, you're kind of living up to it, and we all appreciate it as NIP Aki.
I humbly accept. The dragon is not going to be the focus right now because RA just want to take that rookie. Rookie just mind games them and flashes over the dragon pit. Now RA are sitting there with their head in their hands. What are we doing?
Rookie is what they're thinking of as a silly little guy. He just can't chase him down. It looks like they're actually going to try.
Oh my god,
but-
he's still mind gaming them. He blocked them off. Now he's looking for more. Seismic Shove is going to be coming up soon. It is a trade back. Vikla gets Aki, but it doesn't matter because RA are going to lose everything. A double kill to Photic.
Yep, so they end up trading up. Still, though, can't turn this into a Drake. It might even lead Xiaoshu to being able to get a plate top because remember, Shanji didn't take TP, did take Ignite for the all-in and strength in laning phase.
Oh, that was close.
Yep, we've seen Droll be close a few times.
He just hasn't taken enough licks of the lollipop yet.
Maybe what he's doing is he's missing a few, so then they'll expect him to keep missing, and then he'll get them in the end. Is unfortunate
Zora.
timing. Unfortunate timing of the worked ground coming into play is
Whoa! Photic just takes down Masum.
and wow, once again, I mean the Jinx in game one came in better in the early game. This time around, Photic as well, 3-0 and 0. Like some really nice early games from NIP in this series so far. Rookie has no flash.
He can't flash over the dragon pit this time, Io says. Vikla trying to get the angle. Wind becomes lightning. Rookie going down to big Vikla. And now Aki, he's might going down to
Ooh.
flash over. The wind becomes lightning. And the mantra Q cannot connect. Aki's just hopping all over him.
Yeah, nice footwork. Dodging out on that W. Still, RA did manage to find one. Got another kill onto Vikla. So gonna potentially get, you know, and hopefully an early Malignance for him so he could really start showing up as we get a replay of what happened down
Ooh,
in the
great
bottom right-hand
flash.
corner. But still didn't matter in the end.
I love it. The aggression being on full display here for Photic. Dragon is almost taken away by said Photic. But it will be secured by RA, so they'll be able to lock that one down at least.
And I'd really love to see NIP able to get all 3 of the next set of grubs. I mean, you now have Noon Quiver and a recurve on Photic, so he's going to be doing more in that 2v2. We already saw him stepping up. You can see what's happening topside. Setting up for the play
Aki.
now.
He is a very scary man on the Jax, and Xiaoshu might know that, and he's going to remember it yet again. Shanji flashing out, still surviving over the tower shot.
Yeah, going to get the reset and be able to come to lane just in time for when those grubs spawn. So we'll see what kind of path Aki takes to be able to play around this one. If they end up just giving it over, more plates going over to NIP in general with Photic picking up another one. And I mean, so it's a 2K gold lead for NIP this early.
Yeah. Aki, though, he will get a lot of trouble here. 3 talent strike to the crescent guard. Come on, Wind becomes lightning, gets the kill.
So not only takes the Gromp, even just enabling the Aatrox to push in top with the position that Nio and Zora are taking, threatening the dive. Great read by Shanji to know that he can't walk forward and has to wait for reinforcements. They know they're fine to send Joao up to the side, but looks like they're even going to be able to deny at least one grub. We'll see how fast Aki makes it over here.
He's running that way as well. The back coming through from Photic. Just get back down to the spot side. The one grub comes through. Nio barely makes it out alive. Gets popped out as well. And those two grubs on the other end will go over. So they do deny the one, but they will still face the brunt of the mites.
Exactly. So in the end, it still works out for NIP. We can see Shanji coming back to lane with an Oblivion Orb, so going to try and prevent that sustain. It's going to be coming from the Aatrox. Looks like Nio was hoping for a window that he could punish this Rumble, but it's just not going to be there. But look, Kraken Slayer now finished for Photic. That is going to be massive with the lead that he started to find in the spot lane.
And it would take a little moment to talk a little bit about RA. They haven't had the best split, right? They're 4-9, opposite side scoreline of NIP. But I think there's been some things that have gone right. I think Assume has had a decent split so far. I think he's had some good moments, some not so great moments. Nio, even though he's not Milky Way, I think seeing some of the aggression go his way has been really nice to me, especially after spending so much time on Top Esports' LDL team. It's been really cool to kind of see him come into his own in little ways.
I got, like, honestly, I'd be excited to see every RA player, like still in the league, whether next split,
Absolutely.
Next year, whatever it is. It's just sadly that this team, right, this combination of 5 players, it just isn't working. It hasn't worked. 4-9's a respectable scoreline. Like it wasn't too bad. I think with the roster they have, it's kind of about where you'd expect them to end up, and they still have more games to play, so they still can get more wins under their belt. But yeah, I think every member on RA has shown glimpses of talent. Even people like Vikla, who I think Vikla had an incredibly bad first few weeks in the league, and really stabilized as time went on. And Xiaoshu, of course, I think everyone can agree is the crown jewel of this RA roster, even still showing some big performances, even with how bad of a split Rare has had as a whole.
I know it might be sounding a little biased, but the early parts of the split were not kind to our NA transplants of Vikla and Prince. But it's been nice to see Vikla kind of regain some of that confidence, because I did still have a lot of excitement for this guy coming over to the LPL, and I really thought he could hang with a lot of mid laners. And I think the transition of the different pace of the background of what the LPL brings, the structure of the practice and everything like that does weigh heavily, and that works.
Honestly, I think another good example of how you never know how a player will play one split into the next is look at UCal. UCal's first split in the LPL was tragic. Again, there was especially a lot of his Corki plays, his Corki packages were just being memed.
Yeah, you're right.
Rightly so. And then not even the next split, it was later on that split where he started to bring it together. And then the following splits, it was like, hey, TT was the UCal show. UCal was botting people and taking names. And
at least
this
trying
split,
to bring wins to TT in some
exactly.
ways.
And this split hasn't been the same, but just the fact that that can happen from split to split, you never know what's going on behind the scenes. You never know adapting to new splits, to tier 1 play. All this stuff can just change in the blink of an eye.
And you're my lovely friend, so I get to do this to you. I'm going to throw you fully under the bus. We were talking in the break about Photic being in maybe not the greatest position this split. Well, he's in a perfect position now, and I look forward to see him execute this one. He's 3-0 on the Jinx, and he already has about 1.5 items in his belt, so looking to really be the carry potential for NIP.
I think it's just tough when there's so many star-studded AD carries in the league to have to be compared to that as Hulk comes out from Joao.
But Joao just ended his own life right there because of that. That's a Mantra Q right to the face, and Nio gets the kill.
Yep, so 1 going the way of RA. This should be able to turn into another Drake for them. Even still having... Okay, only having Assume's ult left, but not a ton of ults to play with for RA. Looks like Equalizer coming up now.
NIP has no idea that Zora's coming over here. They might find the kill anyways. Zora can't find the engage there. Oh no, now Photic, he's starting to fire away. He's about to get excited. Can he get away from Xiaoshu? A double kill has gone over to Assume, but Assume is gone. A nice flash out from Photic. He's got those mechanics. He gets out of that Mantra Q as well, missing the Mega Death Rocket there. but a fight back from NIP in a very contested one at that.
And more flashes like that and more fights like that for Photic are what we need to see for NIP to really rise up as a contender. I'm sure we'll see it in the replay, but I think Assume getting a little bit too ahead of himself and really opening up for Photic to get excited. And now, you know, good moves from RA, but we're starting to come out to more item power spikes coming through for NIP, especially that Leandri's on Shanji is really going to start causing problems.
He really is. We're going to take a look back at what started out as a Zhuo maybe misstep.
Yeah, he really didn't want to go for that. Hell, we're even still missing some important tools, right? There was no equalizer when this started off, which is one of the things that we hit on earlier. NIP really rely on to be able to fight. RA doing a great job. Nio starting it off to equal. We're going back into another fight already.
That dragon did get taken by RA. Zhuo tried to do his best Spider-Man impression, but Shanji able to get some damage back in. NIP, they take the fight now too. RA just seemed to have not been able to get their feet under themselves, and that's a snipe away kill from Photic to finish it off.
Great job running them down. I guess we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait for the replay of this, and hopefully that won't get interrupted by another fight coming through. But some of the members of RA already looking a bit low at the start of that skirmish. But winning that not only leads NIP to getting a few more kills, we can see making their way up to Rift Herald. Even look at the minimap. It looks like minions potentially breaking down that top outer turret for NIP.
Getting close. Oh! Taking about half his health down. Rookie able to find a nice little combo there. Whoa, now just wants to go into Zora. The Rift Herald got taken in the end by Aki. And NIP were able to play a little bluffing game in mid lane.
Still, though, I'm now waiting again to see Photic's recall and how much gold he's sitting on. We are going to get a replay of this. I'm not expecting a fight to come out, but look. So Xiaoshu already forced out, already chunked. You know, a lot of the ults down for RA because of the last fight. And Zora just getting separated. The rest of the members over the wall. No one from RA able to follow up and deal damage to put Vikla or Assume in a spot to get that done. And it really just enabled Photic to go wild.
Photic's having a great one now. 6-0 on the Jinx. Honestly surprised he hasn't completed a second item yet. But getting very, very close there. I think that's an important factor to think about because that just provides so much of that sustained damage for NIP's composition. We've seen what they are doing. They are literally just looking for picks with Rookie and Zhuo and following up a front-to-back fight.
I think especially considering the fact that he's making his way towards an IE. So he's really going to be dealing huge damage. You know, we've seen this before. You know, the Karma poke looking like it's going to be menacing. But not really able to commit anywhere. Now, with no objectives on the board, I feel like the play for NIP should really just be breaking down this last outer turret. It is theirs anytime they want to overload the map topside, which is why they don't feel too strained to commit the resources now. But then you can really start just getting into the enemy jungle, getting some wards down. But speak of the devil, Mazel, there's that second item for Photic, the IE just bought.
It's so crazy to me, though. I mean, we're literally 18 minutes in. We've had 17 kills in this game. It's probably not stopping anytime soon. Game number 1 was like 8 minutes in before we had the first kill. So, like, it's a very different beast to kind of pilot this game.
Yeah, it is very different. And even the fact that it's been kept so close, like with RA being able to answer back, it really makes it a different beast. Because, sure, NIP are up 3k gold, but RA do not feel down and out yet.
Oh no. Quick look at a bird is flash there. TP coming in from NIP. They will try to reinforce this. Photic gets completely caught on his own. He's burning and he's going to go down. Nio going to join him in the death realm there as Aki getting brought low. And the bird comes through from the red buff. Now Assume is right back in a kicking position.
Once you trade Jinx for Xin Zhao, there's just no way NIP can be able to continue the fight, right? Because RA still have their consistent source of DPS pushing forward, and NIP don't have that same luxury. Would be very burst reliant, or just Rookie being able to dish out that damage. But with Xiaoshu, Zora, Vikla, yeah, just too much to be able to get through. We're going to see here how Photic exactly gets caught out. And it's actually NIP kind of tunnel visioning on trying to catch out the Xin Zhao that leaves Photic vulnerable So NIP really needed to be more conscious of their win conditions, and even ignoring win conditions, right? Just the fact that you have this massively strong Jinx right now.
Just playing around.
Yeah.
it.
Exactly, leaving him to his own devices. I don't know if maybe, he should have repositioned sooner if there was a call there from NIP, but it really just looks like the tunnel vision on being able to try to find a kill on that Xin Zhao.
Did get another turret completed for NIP. They took down the topside turret with a Rookie. We do also have Baron coming up and a Dragon coming up 20 seconds. Would be a soul point for RA if they want to take it. Rift Herald just got popped because it was about to run out in mid lane. See if NIP wants to use that as a distraction Carnifex here and take this mid lane out.
They're going to go for it. All of RA is around.
Grubbies!
But now, it's all about the big dragon. RA so far having some presence in river with Zora hovering. But I love that NIP just ult to their own devices.
Oh, they just go right onto Vikla. There's the lightning crash though, and I think RA absolutely handle this fight. 2 gone. Whoa, with the missed engage and 2 kills straight to assume. That's onto the Baron for RA.
I did not like that dive whatsoever. Really just seemed overforced and uncalled for. And yeah, this is going to turn into a Baron for RA. NIP can't answer. And NIP's consolation prize, their first dragon of the game.
Not much of a consolation prize if you ask me. The scaling stopped for a little bit longer, but with this Baron, they are going to be able to do so much damage until all the standing objectives of NIP. So RA, they aren't that far behind, are they? They end up taking the advantage, 1,000 gold because of this botched dive.
I don't like this at all. You're going on to the Karma. The Zeri's still alive. The equalizer placement's really awkward because RA, like the core forces of RA weren't even under the turret, right? They were funneling in from that choke point soon. So honestly, I think the decision is questionable. I think the execution, the use of the abilities, target selection was questionable.
Also, just the second time in a row, they're not playing around their win condition. Photic, they literally left him out to dry like a hanging thing of meat on a drying rack. And, Naya will take that every single time you give it to him. So seeing NIP refocus around Photic is important.
But now it feels right. If they were just doing that before, it's like, all right, NIP are going to win this game. They have such a massive lead. But now the Zeri's in, assume, is matching. In terms of items, in terms of gold, with where Photic is at. I will say I feel like Photic should potentially hit a little bit harder right now, having that IE, but still, with the mobility that Assume has, it's going to be so hard for anyone to lock him down. Even without having the flash, having that ghost up should be more than enough.
And with this Baron buff still up for another minute and a half, RA will take another outer turret here. So they'll get 2 on the table for themselves. See if that gold lead is going to lead to anything here. They have a slight one, about 1,000 gold up over NIP, where they had been trailing for a majority of the game.
Yeah, nice by them to just stay diligent, punish the mistakes that NIP was making. We've seen early Void Staff coming out for a Rookie. Gonna be able to deal with the Maw that Xiaoshu's picked up quite early on, but like you said, I really feel like it's seeing NIP kind of refocus on some of the plans that they're going for and taking it more slow, because even if we ignore things of like how comp should play out or how you think setup should be in regards to this game, it's like NIP should honestly just be favored, like point blank with the season they've had compared to the season that RA have had. So the uncharacteristic mistakes have been huge in this game so far.
Yeah, they really have. And those are the kinds of things that these games mean that they matter so much, right? Like, you want to secure better seeding for NIP. Every game matters. You still have, again, this is the appetizer to a very hearty meal that you're going to have to finish off the season with in terms of the opponents that you have to take down. And RA giving them a run for their money right now. They are pushing the boundaries, and they are able to take down potentially this outer tower here, but Rookie will deny them.
Look at that little bit of damage from Vikla, dealing almost half of Rookie's HP. And now, with things like the Karma Shields, I mean, the Xin Zhao ultimate into NIP's comp too, it really does just feel like we're at a point where it's going to be so hard for NIP to actually be able to team fight.
And that leads to the strengths of RA. I think this composition as a whole, right? You had the bridge that was Vikla and Nio to get Assume into a powerful position. He is in that position now, and it's just about setting up around him. Xiaoshu will have some big flanks available to him, especially with some of the extended vision that we've had being played now, and that's something to always keep an eye on.
Yeah, those vision plays can make a difference. We are now hitting 3 items on our AD carry, so Assume can have a little bit more survivability. I think is a good call because the real things he's contending with is like Aki jumping on backline or, you know, standing on equalizer. So having that lifeline now with the Immortal Shield Bow is going to do a lot to make sure he doesn't get caught off guard by anything cheeky like that. So Photic, now with the rapid fire cannon, can buy more space because he has no faith that his teammates are going to be able to set him up.
It's one way to approach it in that way. I do wonder now, though, Dragon coming up, 30 seconds for that priority being gained in mid lane for NIP. Can RA stop them from doing that? Because I think priority in mid lane is super important in the way that both these teams want to fight the team fights.
Yeah, I think it's especially important because it's so hard for NIP to run into RA, like we saw with the turret dive. If RA have control of mid and have control over River, I mean, you're just going to keep getting hit by these monster Qs. Nio!
Nio just going straight on the Photic. Aki has an entrance on the side. That's Crescent Guard gone from RA. That's a powerful tool.
That is a powerful tool down for now, so that might influence this fight, but I think it is actually so crucial that they got Photic's flash. Because it means going forward, like, it's going to feel so unsafe. And you can see that in the decision. They don't even want to opt into walking towards the dragon.
It will give up the 3rd dragon to RA. Mountain Dragon towards their Mountain Soul. Oh, Vikla trying to flash play on the Photic. They really just want Photic. They have tried and tried again to get this carry, and they can't.
I mean, they've done enough. Like, they've taken him out of the fight. They've taken him off the map. No flash, low on HP. He's going to have to be very careful and very conscious of plays going forward. So, yeah. I don't know if that was worth Vikla's flash to just go in and throw a monster Q, but I am a big believer in mental victory and, like, ego victory being more important than anything. So if you just set Photic behind a little bit mentally, well, then as RA, you've won in my book. You got the more important W.
I'm here for it, honestly. It's called results-based analysis, if I've ever seen it.
No, that is not results-based analysis.
Is it not?
Just here you go. Put yourself, you're in an ARAM. The enemy is
Close
low
your
HP,
eyes, audience.
dancing in front of your turret. You don't care about winning this ARAM. You care about these peasants disrespecting you. And that's what Photic should care about right now when Vikla just went, haha, I'm going to flash Q you, and it's going to mean nothing, but that's how little you're worth in my eyes. That's what Vikla just said to Photic, and it's going to eat away at him.
I'm sure it will. I'm sure he's just eating up about it. Baron is being eaten up by RA right now. Rookie, he has an angle. NIP, they find it. They can put some huge hurt onto RA. RA looking for Shanji. That'll be his flash. So a lot of big flashes are gone. Nio signals the advance. So does Zora. They try to get it with the quickness, but they can't pull off the engage that they wanted. Now Photic in a front to back might be in a powerful position. He's already about to get one. And boy, is Photic getting excited. Aki's going for it. 2. That's 2. That's 3. Zora's going to make it 4. And that's RA completely off of this earth as Rookie's chasing down the final member. RA are gone. That's a clean ace. And NIP are shoving it up the gut.
And NIP, at the very least, going to be able to get the inhibitor. We'll see how far they could go, but looks like no. Looks like they realize they shouldn't be able to just outright win the game, so Photic's already heading towards the Baron with Aki.
We'll take down the inhib turret in mid lane. Maybe not the inhib itself, but that Baron is going to do wonders for NIP, who fully take the advantage, fully take the lead, and now find themselves over 4,000 gold up.
And when both teams are in a position where I feel like they should win, obviously NIP earlier on, RA before that fight, they just keep finding ways to give it back to the other team. NIP are going to love that because they get to go in with the Baron. And let's see how this goes down. Because RA try to start off the fight. Zora gets in with the engage, but the worked ground, scaring RA from moving forward and preventing them from getting the damage down, which buys the space they need to be able to take down Nio, to be able to kite this out, and it just felt like RA weren't willing to commit hard enough to the to be able to go in and deal damage. Right, we saw their front line do it, the Zinja and Rakan going forward, but the Karma, the Zeri, the Aatrox, nowhere near.
It is unfortunate to behold for RA, but they still have some fight left. They have a minute and a half, and they have a soul point, which could turn into a soul if they position correctly. Again, the biggest difference for that, for me, was that RA were not able to fight in the front to back, and NIP was.
But it didn't even really feel like wasn't able to, right? Because RA looked for the
forced
engage.
not to.
But it was really just the rookies, the rocks, the ground rocks. I don't know Talia's ability names. The ground rocks, Mazel. As that was it.
They're just onto the inhib turret and bot side now. 2 Mega Death Rocket gonna go wide. Both screaming forward. You get a 4th item for Assume. Some guns have come online. Nio, he tries to go for it. He can't do it again. That's multiple times we've seen the engage go a bit wide for RA. They gotta have one last gasp, but they want to try to survive because the Baron is up for another minute and 10 seconds for NIP. They can put some more damage into the mid lane as well if they take this inhib.
You know, this Baron is bothering RA, and Talia's Unraveled Earth was bothering me. So I did look it up, so now it won't bother me anymore. And look, NIP also are not going to bother RA. It's almost like we're spirit animals. 52 seconds on the Baron. It is going to be able to translate into a Drake, so this being much more of, obviously, a denial Drake from NIP, since it will only be their second one of the game. But if this keeps going back and forth, honestly, every Drake's just going to count anyway. Because neither team looking super decisive so far with how they're approaching closing it out. But now with 2 lanes of supers, that honestly might just be the difference maker for NIP.
I want to know what the difference maker is with you, Mr. Lear, because what is your spirit animal?
NIP is.
Oh.
You know, because when I decided, you know, I can't even remember what I said 5 minutes ago, so never mind, NIP aren't my spirit animal.
You're doing great. You're doing great. We got a full item completion almost there for Photic on the bot side of the map as well. Those 4th items coming online there. Obviously, still waiting on that one. I guess Shanji is the one closest to a full item build there. But they just have one last lane to knock down, and they are putting all their eggs in that basket. They move everybody top.
Oh, none of that poke connecting, luckily for Aki. I think if that first Q hit from Vikla, that could have been a big chunk out from his HP bar, not having any magic resist, only armor.
You just kind of walk forward and see what happens, and sometimes everything goes rushing by you. I think Zora was a little bit of trouble as NIP still looking on the edges of taking down this tier 2 in the top side of the map. Very quiet responses from RA so far.
I like the adjustment from NIP, though. They've realized, hey, having Aki up topside doesn't really do much. Send him mid to just pressure and, you know, escort the supers so Xiaoshu can't just clear them so freely. And this should hopefully open up for this turret to come through topside.
They do end up finally getting it, taking a little bit of time to do so. Vikla slowed down, lollipop. He finally hit it 33 minutes in. Finally got the little lollipop, and Vikla will end up flashing away from that one. Mega Death Rocket is blocked by great teammates of RA.
So RA doing their best to hold on with the position that they're in.
And now they are on the edge. As I think maybe try to back away a little bit more so than that one, but they don't have much to back away to. As NIP's siege will conclude, they do have about a 7,000 gold lead as they walk away from it.
Just taking it slow, knowing they can't overforce, right? Because they still are into Azarian. I mean, both Assume and Photic are incredibly close to full build. Crypt Bloom now picked up by Shanji. And it's going to be interesting. NIP should still be able to maintain this pressure supers for the Baron coming up. And I'm going to assume that they're going to be able to you know, go for the turn, burn/burn, look to bait it, see if RA comes in. If not, go for the Baron, and then hopefully look to close out from there. They still have to be very cautious with RA being on soul point.
Sorry, a little hard to hear you. But as we get into it now, the Baron is about to spawn. We have another about 2 minutes on the Dragon as well. I do wonder if NIP just try to force the hand into the Baron.
I think that's the play for NIP. Like you either want to try and force something here, get them in a good position to throw out the equalizer, and then now they're having to come into you, which also should make it theoretically easier for Photic to be able to find that front to back that he wants.
They are. Okay, well, they just started up now. They're going to TP in, try to get a contest here. RA, they might be on the last gasp, but we've seen this series go back and forth, at least in this game. They get the nice little denial because Nayo's in there by himself. Lightning Crash, they have a front to back for RA. It's actually looking pretty good. Shanji, he's trying to get away. The burn isn't enough. He's going to go down to Xiaoshu. He steps up and RA hit it out of the park. It is a 1 kill and denial of Baron.
Yeah, still having to worry about supers in their base, which is why they're backing off. Aki, wow, they're trying to be so
No
sneaky,
way.
but with Zora standing here, they can't.
They are bold, I will say. The big old wave in bot side. I love a little couple of smirks on NIP's side. They just wanted to see if they could push the metal of RA.
We'll see if RA are able to get soul off this, because Shanji comes up in 20 seconds, which is only right before Dragon will be on the map. So it should be easy for RA to start making their way there, but okay, so I was going to say, I'm curious if NIP will give it up. It looks like no. Good. You're going to start making their way over. Just wait for Shanji. They're going to be in river first because RA had to answer all those supers that were still in their base from right before the inhibitors respawning.
Now we get the ultimate fisticuff fight. Will NIP get their 3rd Dragon of the game, or can RA finally close the book on a soul?
They do still have Flash on Assume, which is a good sign. But I'm keeping my eyes on Rookie. He was the one to deny them last time around.
Pressing guard used. Xiaoshu now has an angle here, but that's a big ultimate use by Xiaoshu, and or at least by Nayo to try to save in there, and Xiaoshu going over the wall. That means RA don't have a contest here, so they will just give this Dragon up.
Trying to threaten that they could go do a Baron, but you could see Rookie and Shanji, NIP solo laners, keeping tabs on them by staying in the mid lane. Does lead to RA having vision control top side, so they can try and force them in to face check, but NIP might just ignore it. They can just walk up mid and hit an inhibitor.
Wait, this is kind of. I thought NIP might just commit. I thought they'd just go in the game.
They're committing. They're committing. Look
They
at
are.
Photic and Joie.
They believe in Aki. They believe in the steal. He's in there like swimwear, and he gets it.
He
'cause
gets
he's better. They TP out, and NIP are looking to end the game. They have flexed. They have smited, and they have defeated RA.
Huge from NIP, and now Photic and Joie are going to be able to finish it off. Yep,
They
Xiaoshu
easily
just goes
take
down.
Xiaoshu, and a beautiful play and a beautiful commitment to Aki, realizing he was going to get the job done, committing to him and committing to a 2-0.
That was both good from NIP and a bit of a disaster. Especially, like, you know, Photic getting caught out the first time when they were trying to engage on like the top side of the fight onto the Xin Zhao, like whatever, that happens, right? You weren't necessarily keeping aware of like everything that was going on in the fight. The dive to me was the very questionable play where, again, I don't see any world where you're playing to your win condition or even ignoring that, like how that play looked possible. That's how gross the play was. The words are gone. And then RA, honestly, I feel like probably should have been able to win that game from the position they got into. But Mazel, you know what happened then? It happened again, but for the opposite team. And I don't know. You speak words about this game.
I can speak words. It's my job. I think it was an interesting series as a whole. My hearts go out to RA, man. I feel like there are some seriously good moments that just get sprinkled with bad pepper. I don't know. It just feels like there's so many little things that go right and there's so many big things that go wrong for them. And that's where I got to give props to NIP. They were able to close that one out. It was a chaotic game, right? We were literally at like a kill a minute comparatively to that first game that NIP kind of destroyed in. They definitely had to sweat a little bit more, but that sweat, I feel like, breeds growth. And the fact that NIP were able to flex Photic in a strong position for a lot of this series felt good, because I know you had a lot of question marks coming into that bot lane for them.
I gotta be honest though, I still do. I still have these question marks, right? I don't know. You know, we can address these question marks when NIP lose, and then if you win, maybe there will be other times to address them.
Yeah.
But I think you could still see like the inconsistency of a lot of like the moments for NIP individually or in regards to how they play as a team. I think those were still very present. I mean, in that game too, they were there. They were glaring. They were all over the place. And it's the kind of things where it's like, I think it's fair to have faith and hope that maybe NIP can somehow pull it together and do some damage in playoffs, because I mean the caliber of players is still very strong. They're like baseline teamwork and game plan is not bad by any means. Again, it's just when you start comparing them to the other top dogs in the league, which as we get close to playoffs, sadly we have to do that, because if they want to win, they want to go down the side, that's who they have to beat.
Look at that gold graph. My God, it is a swing and a half after RA were able to do a little bit of damage, but holistic performance from NIP across the board. They also moved themselves to 10-4, matching FPX. Feels really good when you're trying to vie for a little bit of those late season positions or pole positions in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Like, we blocked top 6, so at least dodging the first round, which is always nice. First round is always a little bit scary in LPL. I feel like a lot of shenaniganry is always what comes through. And RA, I mean, you know, it said on Gamepedia that they were already out before this series, but now they're definitely out. But we need to talk about the MVP, because Mazel, you love talking this guy up. I am not going to tear him down right now, so this is your time to shine.
I think we've seen a lot of awesome growth in this guy over the last couple of years, at least since I came into the league. I think, yes, you are completely right that he has not had the most consistent performances this split, but again, when this guy was paired up with Rookie back on V5, they were the most dominant team in the LPL. And I love to see they didn't go to Worlds, which is unfortunate. That's why the question becomes playoffs for this team. But in regular season, I expect them to be some of the best that we see.
Yeah, but we need to look at what we went over today, which is not very much, because we only had 2 series, which
it's crazy,
feels,
man. It's crazy.
Feels really weird. It was a weird day. I was spouting a lot of nonsense. You were keeping us on track.
Hey, I'll always keep us on track. You can drive us off the rails anytime.
I hate the rails.
Yeah, me too. 2-1 for EDG over Ultra Prime with 0909 coming in. A lot of fun to watch him kind of come into the roster and revitalize it. Also, Ultra Prime feels a little rough to lose that one, but we got to see some fun there. And then a 2-0 from NIP over RA.
Yeah. Expected results, in a sense that I think it was expected whatever way that first series went. And like we said, NIP moving up. The only real big takeaway for them is the fact that they've locked in top 6. They've avoided that first round of playoffs.
That's the most important factor here. And we also see, technically they are above FPX now because of game differential. So there's little things. But let's move to the second one. We're getting down to the brass tacks, Lyric. We have, I believe, like just over 6 days left in the season itself, in the regular season. So these teams got to pick it up or it's going to be too late.
Yeah, Weibo, you need to pick it up, because I put all my faith in you. I believed in you. I put
got a big one tomorrow
on the line. Tomorrow. That's a great transition. Tomorrow's games are these games. My God, look at the amount of top teams that Munch and Nymera get to gas.
Why you gotta add that in there? Why are you doing this? FPX are gonna be taking
gotta have some fun banter at the end of the day, you know?
Top esports go against TT. And then the biggest match of them all, it's very, very important for Weibo against JDG.
Yeah, I mean, that one's gonna, hold all the cards. Honestly, on paper, a lot of these look like they should be stomps. Like, potentially all 3 of them could be. But at the same time, right, I mean, We'll see if people like Shahu, Chris Blight can do anything with a fire lit under them, where it is succeed or don't make playoffs. That is crazy for players of their caliber.
That is a lot of stress. Lyric, it has been an absolute pleasure to cast this regular season with you. I do believe this is our last one of the regular season itself, so we'll get to rejoin each other in playoffs, but it's been a fun one. Do you have any thoughts on this day, or I guess LPL going into the last final days?
Look, my thoughts are that it's going to be fun. I'm sure all the production people are like, yo, Caster, shut up. Let's all get on with our day. So, you know what? To that, I will be their hero. Mazel, sign us out.
Great. Thank you all for joining. Thank you all for coming and enjoying the LPL. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, a little bit earlier, I guess. Same place, though. And we'll see you there. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift.